standing, please, and I request Reverend Gillian to lead us in prayer.
Good morning. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Our Father in heaven, we gather today as professionals in the field of procurement and supply chain, seeking to learn, seeking to grow and connect with one another. And for this opportunity, we are grateful. We ask, dear Lord, for your guidance and wisdom as we navigate the complexities of our industry and profession. Help us to make decisions that are fair, that are ethical, beneficial to all parties involved, and that give glory and honor to your name. Grant us, dear Lord, the ability to see beyond our individual interests and to work towards the greater good. May our collaborations and partnerships be built on trust, respect, and open communication. We pray for our speakers today that you will bless them, the facilitators, the attendees, and every person that is here. With clarity of thought, bless us with creative ideas and productive discussions. May this summit, O Lord, be a catalyst for positive change, innovation, and progress in our field. We thank you for the opportunity to come together once again and for the blessings of knowledge, experience, and community. And we pray, O Lord, that you'll bless our time here, bless the food and the water we partake of. If there are those that are not well in body and mind, we pray that you'll minister your healing unto all of us. Bless us in this nation. We give you thanks, for in Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. You may take your seats. Thank you very much. The guest of honor, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, represented by Honorable Amos Rugorobi, the Minister of State for Finance, the Commissioner, Procurement Policy and Management Department, Minister of Finance, Dr. Isaac Chargonza, Executive Director, PPDA, Mr. Benson Turamye, the Chairperson, IPPU Council, Dr. Bategeka Levi Kawagambe, and Council members present, Summit officials, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everyone. You are very much welcome to the 8th Annual Procurement Summit 2024. As we gather here today, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. The world around us is changing rapidly, and procurement and supply chain management is no exception. Global events, technological advancements, and shifting societal expectations are redefining the way we do business and deliver service. In this context, procurement and supply chain management have become strategic imperatives for our organizations, our entities, as we seek to stay ahead of the curve. Today, we will explore the latest trends, challenges, and innovations shaping procurement and supply chain, and how best we can contribute to socio-economic transformation. We have an exciting day before us. We have two main sessions or two major sub-themes. In the morning session, our sub-theme is Unlocking Sustainable Development through Inclusive Procurement and Supply Chain Practices. As a professional, as a practitioner, are you part of this inclusiveness? Do you play a role? In the afternoon, the sub-theme is the role of technology in enhancing transparency and efficiency in procurement and supply chain. Our goal is to equip you with knowledge, insights, and connections needed to navigate this complex landscape and drive meaningful impact. Today, I shall be your master of ceremony, and I'll be working with Mr. Robert Ochiraje. Please stand up. Mr. Robert Ochiraje is Senior Procurement Officer at Bank of Uganda. My name is David Kalitan. I'm the Executive Secretary, Institute of Procurement Professionals of Uganda. And without wasting time any further, let's get started. At this juncture, I'd like to call upon the Chairman, IPPU Council, Dr. Bategeka Levi Kabagambe, to come and make his remarks. Thank you very much, and you are very much welcome.
Allow me to ride on the protocol already laid before us, and just to emphasize, Honorable Minister, you are welcome, and we are now feeling more than at home when we have you. Thank you for coming. Perhaps something which had lapsed, I'm also informed the Accountant General is in the house, is being represented duly. Yes, so the protocol team, take note of that. Mine is to remark largely in 3 thematic areas. Foremost, to thank everyone who has come here for this 8th Annual Procurement Summit. 8th suggests that indeed this is the 8th summit we have held, and the first one took place in 2016. I want to request that we applaud ourselves for this 8th summit. The second point is indeed to emphasize that we recognize the need to find a platform where people discuss issues pertaining particularly the supply chain management subsector, and our role is to provide that platform. In this platform, we expect policy makers, management, and practitioners to engage and share ideas and interrogate the status quo. We are providing this platform because a lot changes. What is it that the supply chain practice is demonstrating? What is it that policies should respond to? What is it that management practice should take note? And above all, what is the role of academia in all this game? So our role is really to provide a platform. And lastly, I want to appeal to everyone that in such a setting, be ready to unlearn, be ready to learn, and also be ready to relearn. Because if you remain the way you have been, it means the ecosystem of procurement might leave you behind. And lastly, I want to extend this appreciation to our sponsors who have made this happen. And in that, I say, Minister of Finance, right from the first summit to the 8th summit, you have been holding our hands. Thank you very much. PPDA, we usually call them the landlord. They have been central in ensuring IPPU delivers Summit 1, Summit 2, up to Summit 8. And I know they will also deliver Summit 9. Thank you very much. I want also to extend appreciation to our professionals who have maintained this zeal and are demanding that we run even more summits. Thank you very much. And on that note, therefore, I want to wish you a good listening and interrogation, but above all, a discourse of this theme, which is leveraging the procurement and supply chain ecosystem for socioeconomic transformation. We believe procurement is at the heart of socio-economic transformation. And throughout this discourse, this issue will be unpacked. We have lined up leading edge presenters to interrogate this concept, and I know you will enjoy the discussions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Dr. Levy. A round of applause. And at this, I invite the guest of honor to open this summit officially.
Thank you, Program Coordinator. Good morning, everyone. Yes, my task as assigned appears simple. Honorable Minister, today we have an outstanding topic to discuss: leveraging the procurement and supply chain ecosystem for social transformation, for socio-economic transformation. That is our main menu today. Honorable Minister, without taking much of our time, allow my invitation for you to come and address this august gathering. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Commissioner. To save time, allow me also stand on the existing protocol as already established. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in your various capacities, good morning to you all. My name is Amos Rugorovi, as already introduced. I'm the Minister of State in charge of planning at the Ministry of Finance, planning and economic development. And I'm standing in for Honorable Matia Kasaija, who delegated me to stand in his portfolio because he's not in the country. It gives me much joy and a privilege to stand before you today to officiate the 8th Annual Procurement Summit that brings together procurement professionals and practitioners from public and private sectors in the country and in the region. Your presence demonstrates the importance you attach to the profession and its role in our country's social and economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may know, in 2019, Cabinet approved the National Public Sector Procurement Policy, whose intent, among others, is to use procurement as a tool for socio-economic transformation. The policy introduces a paradigm shift from traditionally viewing public sector procurement as an operational function to a strategic one, intended to achieve value for money and facilitate public service delivery through responsive, flexible, efficient, and an effective public sector procurement system. And I think that's why we talk about the procurement and the supply chain ecosystem. In Uganda, public sector procurement accounts for close to 60% of government spending, expended on a number of sectors, including health, security, education, energy, transport, and infrastructure, among others. The OECD estimates that countries spend an average of 13 to 20% of their GDPs on procurement, and an average of up to 30% of GDP in many developing countries. In Uganda, it is by far the largest share of GDP that is under direct control of the government. Given this enormous buying power, public sector procurement holds tremendous potential to drive social economic transformation. In the last 4 years, COVID and post-COVID periods have been characterized by unprecedented challenges that led to supply chain disruptions, significant increases in the prices of goods and services, and that indeed has affected many contracts, less than desired economic growth, tighter financial conditions, and disruptive geopolitical developments, all leading to vulnerabilities in service delivery. Despite recent global challenges, the economy has remained resilient and on a recovery path, with the economy now growing at 6% in financial year 2023-2024, compared to 5.3% in 2022-23, and as of March 2024, Uganda achieved lower middle income status. This has all been achieved with the country performing well in the area of peace and stability. Today's theme, leveraging procurement and supply chain ecosystem for socio-economic transformation, means many things, but most importantly, for government to create an enabling environment for business and their supply chains to flourish, including government as the biggest buyer, investing in productive areas that stimulate economic growth. Let me go off the script a bit. When we talk about supply chain, I get reminded about the traffic on Jinja Road. Last Sunday, I moved on that road, but right from Nakawa up to Mukono, there's a place called Anthony. I think it is about 13 kilometers. And I was observing. All the way, trucks parked, actually not parked, but moving, but appearing to be parked on the road, when actually they were moving. And you know, in a supply chain, that then becomes a very big constraint. We have so many other constraints. Today, as we speak, Tanzania, I think, has constructed the standard gauge rail line to Mwanza, but the supply chain from Mwanza to Bukasa Port or to Port Bell is constrained because the ports are not ready to receive that volume of cargo, including Kisumu. So as we talk about supply chains, we need to be reminded that this infrastructure becomes very critical. And you are such a big family that sometimes you need to come out and raise the flag. I've not always seen the procurement family actually raising this flag amidst all these constraints in the supply chain. Sometimes we intend to spend so much time on paper, procuring, following procurement regulations, etc., etc., without looking at the entire ecosystem that impacts on procurement. I think time has come when you look at the entire logistical arrangements to make sure that the delivery of goods and services is not impaired, is not delayed. In Uganda, we are one of those countries where we have done a lot in terms of procurement laws to try and fight corruption, etc., but at a huge expense of the time it takes to procure something. We are a country experiencing a lot of constraints in areas such as right-of-the-way procurement, to procure the right-of-way, to establish road infrastructure or rail infrastructure, transmission power lines is very complicated in this country. And since you are a big family, you really need to raise the flag on such issues and not remain silent about them. So I'm challenging you. Now, over the last 15 years, government has invested in various economic and social sectors. But despite that, we have achieved low returns on public investments. Low returns. For example, we have been procuring loans to finance certain public investments. And the loans have dismally performed in terms of the returns on the investment for which they are intended. Why? Partly because of some of these procurement constraints. I think procurement does not end at awarding a contract. It goes beyond even during the execution of the project, procuring right-of-way, getting access to land, and the entire supply ecosystem. So I'm very glad that you are keep calling it an ecosystem, and you are here to handle that entire ecosystem. And I hope by the end of this conference, you'll have looked at many of those challenges. So the low return on public investments, averaging about 0.8 per US dollar invested, mainly as a result of persistent poor public investment management in the country that is caused, among others, the following: delays in implementation and completion of public investments, and there are a number of problems associated with that. Inefficient procurement practices. I'm wondering why the procurement practices are inefficient given the EGP. Chronic and under-execution of public investments. Why are we underperforming or under-executing these public investments? Those are the answers you'll be providing in this conference. The cost and time overruns. You know, for most of these projects, we borrow money. And these projects, these loans, actually have grace periods and they have maturity dates. So we hit the first maturity date of a loan, and the project has not happened. We go for a second maturity date, it doesn't happen. We go for a third one, and you know what that means in terms of the budget, is that a project is occupying the fiscal space for several years. And once the fiscal space is occupied, it means that you cannot introduce a new project there. And that perhaps explains why our GDP is not growing faster than it ought to be. Secondly, why we are not creating enough jobs for our population. Because the project that was meant to end in 8 years is taking 20 years to be accomplished. So these overruns can be avoided if we do the right things. The other problem is the lack of commitment to maintaining and sustaining created assets. You have seen how many roads we have constructed, but how many times do we go back to to make sure that the drainage system on those roads is working. We do not maintain these assets well enough. The poor contract management and dispute resolution affecting government's objective of creating more decent jobs, increasing household incomes, and improving access and quality of public services. Public procurement, therefore, plays an important part in the public investment management cycle and in the social transformation agenda of government. As government rallies to transform Uganda from a peasant to a modern, prosperous country, we are now formulating the NDP4, which should be the last plan to deliver the Global Agenda 2030. This is the UN agenda on the Sustainable Development Goals. NDP4's goal is to achieve higher household incomes and employment for sustainable socio-economic transformation, and the first within the implementation of the government strategy for achieving tenfold growth. I hope we will be discussing this strategy from the current US dollars 50 billion, that is in terms of GDP, as of financial year 2023-24, and we want to grow this GDP 10 times within the 15 years of the tenfold strategy to US dollars 500 billion in a transformative, inclusive, and sustainable manner. The NDP4 will be achieved through 5 strategic objectives. We are yet to unveil this plan. It's not yet out. But the objectives which have been agreed upon are the following: sustainably increasing production, productivity, and value addition in agriculture, minerals, oil and gas, tourism, and financial services. That's the first objective. So you need to align your procurement strategies with that objective. The second objective is enhancing human capital development, because you need the human capital to deliver the production, productivity, and the value addition that you need. The third objective is about supporting private sector to drive growth. We always say that the private sector is the engine of growth and contributes 80% of our GDP. So unless we enable this private sector, we are not going to achieve the growth that we are looking for. The fourth objective is building and maintaining strategic, sustainable infrastructure, such as the rail and roads, energy, and so on. And finally, the last objective is strengthening good governance, because we need to be at our best in terms of governance to deal with the problems that I just mentioned. Security, there has got to be stability in the country, and the role of the state in development. We, the state, have to play our role to achieve those objectives. So it is one of the objectives, therefore. So all the above will need to be supported by a dynamic, flexible, and vibrant supply chain ecosystem. So we want you to be quite agile enough to be able to deliver those objectives. As I conclude, on the global scene, all sustainable development goals were found in the year 2023 to be seriously off track in achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. You know, we have 17 goals. The first goal is actually on zero poverty. Where are we? As Uganda, at least 20% of our population is still below the poverty line. And by 2030, when this agenda concludes? Do we hope that we shall be having zero poverty? The second goal is about hunger, no hunger. You know, shall we have got rid of the hungry people? Shall we have enough food for ourselves with a lot of surplus to sell? So we already off track on many of these goals. So we need to work very hard. I'm glad that under SDG Goal 12 on sustainable consumption and production, the ministry amended the PPDA Act to provide for sustainable public procurement, which is intended for government in its acquisitions to take into considerations environmental, economic, and social aspects. In the same spirit, the law has provided for preference and reservation schemes that promote SMEs and local industry, as well as addressing the plight of special interest groups, youth, women, persons with disabilities, all geared towards job creation, increment of household incomes, and wealth creation. The procurement reforms are intended to use procurement as a tool for socio-economic transformation. I think in all those amendments, we have been able to address problems such as local content. Of what use is it for us to go to China, borrow money from Exim Bank China, we come here and we award all the contracts to Chinese firms without Ugandans taking any interest in those contracts? Are we achieving our goal of generating jobs for the population? So these are some of the considerations that you seriously need to be looking at to make our procurement more effective and more relevant to our population, to achieve the socio-economic transformation that we are looking for. In addition to the aforementioned, government has come up with programs to support Ugandans, including the special interest groups. And these include the parish development model to support production and productivity, the agricultural credit facility to support agricultural production and value addition. And we have the Emyoga funding to support small service providers and businesses. But we also have the Small Business Recovery Fund to support small and medium enterprises. And the interest rate, I think, is only about 10%, but I was surprised to receive a report that people are not going for this money. You know, very cheap money available in some of our banks, especially the government-owned banks. And then under the Uganda Development Bank, which has been heavily capitalized to support manufacturers and among others, because you know that we have other programs now such as GROW. The ladies are encouraged to borrow under GROW. We also have Invite, which is also available at incredibly lower levels of interest. So these interventions are therefore means that can be used to support the private sector and the business community in participating in public sector procurement for Uganda's transformation. I've seen our companies, local companies, being rendered less competitive to compete with foreign firms. And we understand some of the challenges, partly because of us, because of huge domestic arrears that we have not been able to pay them on time. That one we admit. But they also had to do more than they are able to do right now, to build capacity, to be able to compete for some of these contracts. I'm pleased to note that the summit organizers have put together a comprehensive and engaging program with eminent experts selected to provide deeper insights into the topic at hand. I encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussions and generate bold and workable proposals towards Uganda's socio-economic transformation, particularly through this arena of the procurement and the supply chain ecosystem. On behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, I would like to thank the Institute of Procurement Professionals of Uganda and the other stakeholders for organizing the 8th Annual Procurement Summit 2024. I now officially declare the 8th Procurement Summit open. Thank you for listening and wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the Honorable Guest of Honor. Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Guest of Honor, and Honorable Amos Rugolobi, Minister of State for Planning. I request that we have a photo moment with you. I request that you come and stand here, and the IPPU Council comes forward and takes a photo with the Guest of Honor. Yes, thank you. That one will be followed by the summit officials. Thank you, Honorable Guest of Honor, you can stay. Now let me request the summit officials, the keynote presenters, please, you are one of them. Mr. Benson, kindly, Madam Speciosa, please come forward. Dr. Isaac. Yes, Mr. David Chiinji. Yes. Thank you. Now we are going to have the general audience in groups. Let's start on my immediate left, please. Members on my left, come and take a photo with the Guest of Honor. You can come and climb on the platform. You can stay, you may stay. Please, members of the audience, please come, let's take a photo with Mr. Robert. You are also an official, please come and take. You can climb on the podium. Yes. Let's do this quickly. Make sure your face is visible so that we have a record of you. On the left-hand side, there is space, please. Photographers, organize our members quickly. Continue to the left-hand side. And if you are very short, you can come in front. Although we don't have short people here. Yes. Photographers, aren't we done with that? Okay. Now people on the right-hand side, please come over. Reverend Gillian and your colleagues. Thank you, Honorable Guest of Honor, for insightful remarks, for your insightful speech. Yes. Please, there is some space here. You can come here, this side. Okay, quickly, and after this one, we shall have one last one where there shall be a photo moment with our sponsors. Honorable guest of honor, we have two sponsors for this summit. We have Pearl Marina Estates and Uganda Airlines. Yes, this is done. And the last one, honorable guest of honor, with our sponsors. Uganda Airlines. Uganda Airlines and Pearl Marina. And last people in the middle, the last two columns in the middle, please come forward. Come forward quickly. The two columns in the middle, please come forward quickly. And yes, you can climb the podium. And Uganda Airlines are promising tickets to whoever wants to travel here at a discounted rate. You never know, you may be one of them. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable guest of honor, for that photo moment. And we shall be beginning our activities shortly. We are going to hear a word from the Accountant General. He'll be represented by the Commissioner, Procurement Policy and Management Department, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. But he's seeing off the guest of honor, and we are grateful that the guest of honor, amidst a tight schedule, was able to open this function officially. I request Uganda Airlines to stand up as one of our sponsors. Uganda Airlines were a silver sponsor to the 8th Annual Procurement Summit. Thank you very much. Pearl Marina, may you please stand up? Yes. Pearl Marina are gold sponsors of the 8th Annual Procurement Summit. They'll be talking to us shortly, but in case you want good living, in case you want sustainable living, sustainable habitat, please, you will contact Pearl Marina. We are waiting for Dr. Isaac Chaligonza to speak to us, and he should be coming shortly. So in the meantime, I'll be the program. Let me request the operators to take us through the program, please. Project the program. You can also find the program on the notebooks. You can find the program on the notebooks. We have got two main sessions. We have got the morning session, which is about unlocking sustainable development, inclusive procurement and supply chain practices. The keynote presenter for this sub-theme is Mr. Agre Chibenge, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Affairs. This session will be moderated by our very own Mr. David Chinji, Commissioner Emeritus, and he now heads the Sustainable Public Procurement Secretariat at Ministry of Finance. At this session, we have got these panelists, our very own, the Executive Director, PPDA, Mr. Benson Turamie. We have got a procurement professional, Madame Speciosa Mukazi. She now heads the corporate services at ETCL, and we are also expecting to have Honorable Muchitare Stephen Adieri Virawa. At this juncture, let me call upon Dr. Isaac Charigonza to come and give remarks on behalf of the Accountant General. Dr. Isaac.
Thank you, Program Coordinator. I should also stand on the protocol already established. My name is Isaac Charigonza. I'm Commissioner of Procurement Policy and Management Department in the Ministry of Finance. That is domiciled under the Accountant General's Office. I want to communicate apologies from the Accountant General, who got a last-minute assignment and has therefore not been able to physically appear here. I therefore request that you accept his apologies and allow me relay his keynote address for this day. Thank you. And you know, when it is him, please accept that it is him and not the Charigonza, who is a promoter of IPPU. I'm number 007 IPPU, born, I think, 22nd of April, 2008. Yeah, that's when our IPP was born. And so, on the other hand, I speak in that capacity. I have my bit of the task later in the day, inshallah. But allow me once again read his paper for the day. I am delighted to join you to give this keynote address at the 8th Annual Procurement Summit 2024. Allow me sincerely thank the Council of the Institute of Procurement Professionals of Uganda for organizing this event. I would also like to thank all procurement and supply chain practitioners invited to participate who have joined us this morning. Today's theme, leveraging the procurement and supply chain ecosystem for socio-economic transformation, could not be more timely, especially as we look forward to the last phase of NDP 3, but also continue to implement this year's budget through a program-based approach. I'm reminded that before we leave here, at least everyone must know that there is a key word here called ecosystem. I don't want to elaborate that, but the minister elaborated it. Ecosystem. NDP strategic direction is to increase household incomes and improve quality of life of Ugandans through sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and sustainable wealth creation. And our procurement policy and all we do fit into that direction. Achieving this strategic direction will require, therefore, public investment through government acquisition, and therefore public sector procurement will be crucial in achieving government's intended objective. The government has over the 20 last years, undertaken reforms in public finance management to improve efficiency, transparency, accountability, and value for money, as we have all known. Reforms in public sector procurement have mainly focused on developing a policy framework, strengthening the legal and regulatory framework, the institutional framework, the human resource management, the market practice, but also the procurement operations in the procurement system. The public expenditure and financial accountability, known as, and the assessment in 2023 confirmed that PFM reforms in Uganda have established a solid foundation that has improved the country's PFM systems and enabled government to mobilize and use resources in line with its medium-term budget expenditure under NDP 3. But also that the PFM systems in place are generally effective, but the capacity for enforcing the existing regulatory framework is weak, and therefore the procurement and supply chain professionals cannot be left out under this. And this, therefore, has denied and dented the transparency that would allow citizens to monitor the performance of government. There are some improvements in public procurement management in terms of transparency and availability of information. But this has been undone by the level of corruption and the procurement bad practices. It shouldn't have been me to state that there is corruption and bad practices, but we all are aware that the Transparency International index has put Uganda at a certain level that you and everyone know that is not good. But also, this has been brought out in audits from various internal and external assessors. And perhaps the reason we are here to try and undo that trend. Ladies and gentlemen, in another recent assessment of Uganda's procurement system called the MAPS, the methodology for assessing procurement systems, is yet a drill-down diagnostic study on procurement. And this assessment, among others, cites Uganda public sector procurement system as one that has a well-established institutional framework together with key players and stakeholders that are comprehensive enough to deliver on public procurement. There are also policy and regulatory bodies in place a complaints review body, as we know, oversight institutions, and PDEs that are well organized and that are functioning very well. This is a positive observation by the MAPS Secretariat, headquartered the African Development Bank headquarters, at least for this. And this MAPS report was spearheaded, commissioned by the Ministry of Finance, with the support of African Development Bank and peer-reviewed by the World Bank. And these are some of the findings. However, among the weaknesses, it points out that the system lacks a comprehensive capacity building strategy, which has led to inadequate strategic procurement planning, issues to do with risk management, and inadequate needs and market analysis, among others. These are call them negative observations made in this MAPS report of 2024. But from the ministry's standpoint, emphasis, as you know, has been traditionally placed on compliance. On compliance-based training, with less focus on competence-based training that is intended to be more result and outcome-oriented. The assessment has recommended preparing a procurement training strategy and improving officers' competencies. For IPPU, I want to believe that this is an entry point that Dr. and the other members in the academia should exploit and partner with the government and see how well we move from compliance-based training to competence-based training. As government further invests in economic and social infrastructure like energy, ICT, health, education for Uganda's transformation, this will require a different skill set of supply chain management skills that complement the rules, especially for high-value and complex infrastructure projects. I think this speaks so well with the minister's remarks. I listened, and you too listened, about the need to look at the skill set and to think outside the box. Competence training, therefore, will assist procurement officers to acquire skills in strategic procurement planning, assessing market conditions that affect procurement choices, undertaking risk management, supplier performance management, project management, and analyzing spend, among others. This will support the outcome of Uganda's economic development through procurement function and the ability of procurement cadre to achieve this outcome intelligently in view of the legal framework that exists as a tool, rather than using the legal framework as a mechanical formula. Sometimes we have not been able to think outside the box and use the existing legal framework, as you put it, mechanically. As part of public sector procurement reform, members, on the 2nd of July, 2021, the amended PPD Act 2003, now referred to as CAP 205, came into force, and among others was to align the legal and regulatory framework with the national public sector procurement policy, enhance efficiency in the procurement system, improve good governance in public procurement processes, promote the use of procurement as a social economic tool, but also introduce good practices in procurement system and simplify procurement and reduce the cost of doing business. That we know, but we are under obligation to employ. Consequently, the PPDA law, the regulations, consequently, the PPDA law, that's the act, the regulations were developed, of course, this was consultative, and gazetted on 8th of December 2023. This we ought to know. These were launched by the minister responsible for finance on the 25th, on the 5th of February 2024, and they became effective then. They became effective on February 5th this year. And these require all entities to execute procurement and disposal processes using the new regulations. I know PPD has done some published about this. We at the Procurement Policy and Management Department have done this, and I think by now we shouldn't be referring to any other but the amended Act and the revised regulations. There are, these have also been followed by revised standard bidding documents and guidelines issued by PPDA. There are about 10 guidelines that PPDA has issued, the most recent one being one on certification of grain and grain products, that going forward, with effect from 23rd of August, all government institutions must acquire certified grain and grain products. The certification, of course, must be by UNBS. I'm just giving one of the many guidelines that have been issued to complement the implementation of the Act and regulations. All these reforms are intended to better the supply chain, and from the perspective of government as a buyer, they should contribute towards Uganda's socio-economic transformation agenda. On professionalization, call it professionalism. As procurements increasingly become more complex and riskier, there is a need to have consistent growth in procurement professionalism. I recall that last year our theme was just on professionalization. Professional bodies world over have a crucial role in the regulatory landscape by giving key stakeholders and government assurance that services are being delivered by qualified, competent officers who operate on professional standards. And this reminds me of the ethics component that the minister talked about. To this end, ladies and gentlemen, government policy has recognized the need for professionalizing the procurement function by establishing and empowering a professional body to develop, monitor, and regulate the procurement practitioners. I remember last year, this was a big debate. I think if there were people who left injured, I was one of them. But we had hope from the pledge that was given to us by the guest of honor then. As you may be aware, members, on the 7th of March 2022, Cabinet approved the principles for establishing the Institute of Procurement and Supply Chain Management Professionals, and authorized the Minister of Finance to issue drafting instructions to the FPC, that is the Attorney General. A bill intended to regulate the conduct and practice of procurement and supply chain management practitioners for better procurement and supply chain management was drafted. And as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, the Procurement and Supply Chain Management Professionals Bill of 2024 has been drafted, and many of you have participated in the stakeholder consultations. And we have adjusted our roadmap, and the Secretariat based at the Ministry of Finance in the Department of Procurement Policy and Management is concluding compiling the comments that we received from all the stakeholders, and soon we should be able to submit to the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs for further management. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, one other key reform I need to speak about is EGP. This is the EGP system that the Minister and Guest of Honor also hinted to. He challenged us when he read inefficiencies and challenged everyone that in the face of EGP, that should not be a story to mention at such a forum. But currently, the system is deployed in 36 entities. Despite its slow progress and implementation challenges, it is anticipated to be a game changer, and government remains committed to this reform. We are indeed committed to this reform and appeal to everyone that as we plan to roll out to more entities, you should wholeheartedly embrace this reform. From private sector and business community length, or I, this will smoothen the interface between the private sector and government, and vice versa for business efficiency. I call upon you to support the implementation of the system and its continued improvement. I know that in the course of the day we shall have some discussion about it, and we shall have a presenter from PMU EGP to give more insight about this system. I once again thank the IPPU Council for organizing this 8th Procurement Summit, and thank all participants for gracing this occasion. This summit provides us an opportunity to share knowledge and experiences. And I'm told the knowledge sharing is like money. The more it is shared, the more value it gains. I'm therefore confident, ladies and gentlemen, that you'll find the panelists and discussants very useful and informative as we look forward to using procurement as a tool to socially and economically transform Uganda. I thank you for listening, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isaac Chaligonza, for your address representing the Accountant General. Another round of applause to Dr. Isaac. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going on well with our schedule and on our program. We have got a good package for today, well thought speakers and presenters, And we encourage you to be part of this, really. How can we transform our societies? What can be your contribution? At this juncture, I call upon Pearl Marina, our gold sponsor, to come and deliver their message to us. Pearl Marina is a real estate company, and if you want sustainable living, good habitat, good living, better get their contact. Please come forward and deliver your message in 5 minutes. After that, we shall go for break, and when we come from the break, we shall start with the sub-theme, Unlocking Sustainable Development Through Inclusive Procurement and Supply Chain Practices. Over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for having us today. My name is Sylvia. I'm from Pearl Marina Estates. We have a small clip that we'll be playing as I tell you a little bit about Pearl Marina today. First, I would like to thank the Institute of Procurement Professionals in Uganda for having us today and allowing us this opportunity to introduce you to Pearl Marina Estates. Thank you also to the esteemed guests and honorable members who are here today. Pearl Marina is a master planned and controlled mixed-use development sitting on 389 acres. We have 389 acres of prime land in the pristine Garuga Peninsula. So for those who haven't had the opportunity to visit us at Pearl Marina, I would highly encourage you to come and see us. Before you even commit, it would be a good experience for you to come and see what we have managed to do so far over the last 4 years or so. So we are about 3 kilometers of lake frontage, nature trails. It's a very beautiful environment which is conducive for community living and secured gated communities. So we have managed to come up with a master plan that seamlessly integrates residential, retail, commercial, hospitality, and other institutions such as education and so on, you know. So we are very excited at this time because we have managed to do our proof of concept successfully. We have handed over 400 homes sold to Ugandans. We now have people currently living at the development and enjoying the facilities and the environment that we provide. We are now excited to launch phase 2, of which you can book your home from as little as 3,800 USD deposits, and we have flexible payment terms and also financing options available. So I would highly encourage any and all of you to please find time to visit us. We have our team here with us today. They'll be more than happy to share some information with you. Whatever you'd like to ask, we will try and accommodate, and if not, we will definitely pick it up and answer it again. For Pearl Marina, the first phase included the construction of villas, townhouses, bungalows, apartments, and service plots. So these are prime, fully serviced plots. So definitely the options are there to take care of a wide range of needs and requirements that are in the market. The road is accessible by a newly tarmacked road, Garuga Road, which is a very nice 10-meter feeder road. We are only 25 minutes from Entebbe Airport. If you come off the exit at Kisubi, you will reach Garuga within 7 minutes or so. The drive is only 45 minutes from Kampala, and we have quite a number of residents who already live there and work in Kampala. So once again, I'd like to thank you all for having us today. Please feel free to engage us. Let's talk. Let's find out what you're looking for. And I'm sure we'll be able to accommodate you one way or another. Our team will spread a few flyers on your table, but you can always contact us on the details on the flyer. You can also come to us today since we're going to be here with you for the day. And we look forward to meeting all of you. Thank you so much for your time. God bless you all.
Yeah, another round of applause. That wasn't a recording, someone was talking. So, thank you very much, Paul Marina, for sponsoring the 8th Annual Procurement Summit. And once again, let me ask our silver sponsors, Uganda Airlines, to stand up for recognition. Uganda Airlines, the flying crane, yes. Thank you very much for co-sponsoring the 8th Annual Procurement Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we are breaking off for 20 minutes. Tea, coffee, a bite. Our sugar levels are going down. Let's break off for only 20 minutes. We come back and start off with the sub-theme, unlocking sustainable development through inclusive procurement and supply chain practices. Thank you. Let me request someone to pray for our meals. We have a reverend in the house. Reverend Gillian, please come and pray for our meals. You also pray for lunch. She prayed for? Yeah.
Thank you, Program Director. I had already prayed, but SC Johnson Musinguzi says we should pray without ceasing. So I think we should pray once more. Do you want to stand up in honor of God? Thank you. Dear Lord, we just continue to give you thanks and honor for the far that you have taken us. We surrender ourselves to you this morning. As we go for our breakfast, we pray that you will bless and sanctify the food, the water, even at lunch break that we are going to partake of, that we shall take it, it will nourish our bodies and give us strength to serve you. And Father, even for those who are ill, that Lord, as they partake of it, it shall be as holy communion to their bodies, bringing healing and restoration. We give you thanks and we give you honor. In Jesus' name we prayed.
Thank you. Let's break off for 20 minutes. Please come back after 20 minutes and we resume. Thank you. I think we have that.
The Ministry of Finance and Economic Development has the overall responsibility for the public sector procurement, which includes direct responsibilities for developing and implementing public procurement policies and procedures with regard to public expenditure.
At the government level, procurement is so important because
which aims at improving public procurement, provides strategic direction for the procurement function through a defined policy framework.
one of the policy intent is to make procurement as a social and economic environmental tool.
The policy specifies sustainable procurement, a procurement system that emphasizes inclusion of socio-economic and environmental sustainable aspects.
As government, we are very, very, very sensitive about protection of the environment. We must plan ahead of the climate change and its consequences. And in so doing, in our regulations, we have put requirements that environmental aspects, things to do with environmental impact assessment, things to do with managing the consequences of the impact of certain interventions, like in the road sector and other construction works. We have made arrangements and rules in the regulations to take care of that.
The Public Procurement and Disposal Authority is a government body under the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, responsible for developing guidelines and ensuring implementation of sustainable procurement policy.
In our role as PPDA, we must ensure that these standard bidding documents, provisions have been put so that the bidders even bid for these areas of environment, safety, social, and health.
We want to make sure that the procurements we make in this country do not destroy our environment.
KCCA is one of the government entities that has taken the lead in implementing the sustainable procurement policy.
The impact our activities have on the environment. For example, we need maram. When we go and excavate and we only leave the area excavated, we are leaving the environment degraded. So it is critical that when we incorporate the issue of sustainability, we must make sure those bore pits are restored to natural environment.
Approximately 1.9 billion hectares of Uganda is forested, accounting for 10%, having shrunk from 45% in 1890. Uganda, like many countries in the world, is obliged to move towards sustainable forest management goals. Forest Stewardship Council, a global organization that emphasizes responsible forest management, is promoting forest certification, and the component of sustainable procurement is embedded therein.
We have what we call forest management certification, but we also have what we call chain of custody certification, whereby the product which comes from such a forest should be traceable up to the consumer.
Energy and mineral development. The ministry mandated to manage utilization of energy and mineral resources for development of Uganda. It sources out and contracts companies to construct power infrastructure and develops policies that guide construction and utilization of power generated from such energy infrastructure. It has been proven that Uganda holds 2.5 billion barrels of oil reserves. This discovery attracted investment interest in the country's oil sector, specifically in the area of exploration and extraction. And in both processes, sustainable procurement is critically considered. From the 1960s, Mulago Hospital Equipment such as X-ray machines, CT scan, but most importantly, the Cobalt-60 machine used in chemotherapy treatment for cancer patients.
When you are going to procure and you notify us, we tell you that you must procure the equipment that conforms to these standards. Now, those devices, the regulations say that upon use, you must return them to where you bought them from.
An aerial view of Luwero Industries, one of the manufacturing complexes of National Enterprise Corporation, the production arm of Uganda People's Defense Forces. It outsources and procures raw materials to manufacture a variety of products for the army, government, and general public. NEC recognizes the importance of sustainable procurement and has comprehensively embraced the policy. Apart from manufacturing arms and ammunition, the corporation also produces explosives for mining and construction purposes and follows up to ensure their safe use. The adoption of sustainable procurement policy demonstrates Uganda government's commitment to implementation of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, specifically Goal number 12, hence fulfillment of Uganda's obligation to ensuring creation of a better, fairer world. The Ministry of Finance and Economic Development has the overall responsibility for the public sector procurement, which includes direct responsibilities for developing and implementing public procurement policies and procedures with regard to public expenditure.
At the government level, procurement is so important because on average, 60% of the national budget is channeled through public sector procurement.
Launched in 2019, the National Public Sector Procurement Policy which aims at improving public procurement, provides strategic direction for the procurement function through a defined policy framework.
One of the policy intent is to make procurement as a social and economic environmental tool.
The policy specifies sustainable procurement, a procurement system that emphasizes inclusion of socio-economic and environmental sustainable aspects.
As government, we are very, very, very sensitive about protection of the environment. We must plan ahead of the climate change and its consequences. And in so doing, in our regulations, we have put requirements that environmental aspects, things to do with environmental impact assessment, things to do with managing the consequences of the impact of certain interventions, like in the road sector and other construction works. We have made arrangements and rules in the regulations to take care of that.
The Public Procurement and Disposal Authority is a government body under the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, responsible for developing guidelines and ensuring implementation of sustainable procurement policy.
In our role as PPDA, we must ensure that these standard bidding documents, provisions have been put so that the bidders even bid for these areas of environment, safety, social, and health.
We want to make sure that the procurements we make in this country do not destroy our environment.
KCCA is one of the government entities that has taken the lead in implementing the sustainable procurement policy.
The impact our activities have on the environment. For example, we need maram. When we go and excavate and we only leave the area excavated, we are leaving the environment is degraded. So it is critical that when we incorporate the issue of sustainability, we must make sure those bore pits are restored to natural environment.
Approximately 1.9 billion hectares of Uganda is forested, accounting for 10%, having shrunk from 45% in 1890. Uganda, like many countries in the world, is obliged to move towards sustainable forest management goals. Forest Stewardship Council, a global organization that emphasizes responsible forest management, is promoting forest certification, and the component of sustainable procurement is embedded therein.
We have what we call forest management certification, but we also have what we call chain of custody certification, whereby the product which comes from such a forest should be traceable up to the consumer.
Energy and mineral development. The ministry mandated to manage utilization of energy and mineral resources for development of Uganda. It sources out and contracts companies to construct power infrastructure and develops policies that guide construction and utilization of power generated from such energy infrastructure. It has been proven that Uganda holds 2.5 billion barrels of oil reserves. This discovery attracted investment interest in the country's oil sector, specifically in the area of exploration and extraction. And in both processes, sustainable procurement is critically considered. From the 1960s, Mulago Hospital has been the center of excellence for patient care, training doctors, and research. The super specialized services in various disciplines are backed by state-of-the-art equipment in medicine that take care of thousands of patients that come to seek specialized treatment at the facility. This equipment is acquired through a meticulous procurement process focusing on sustainability. The Atomic Energy Council, a corporate body that deals in regulating peaceful applications and managing of ionizing radiation. To ensure safety, The agency set up stringent guidelines to be followed for procurement and use of equipment that contains radioactive elements. Equipment such as X-ray machines, CT scan, but most importantly, the Cobalt-60 machine used in chemotherapy treatment for cancer patients.
When you are going to procure and you notify us, we tell you that you must procure the equipment that conforms to these standards. Now, those devices, the regulations say that upon use, you must return them to where you bought them from.
An aerial view of Luwero Industries, one of the manufacturing complexes of National Enterprise Corporation, the production arm of Uganda People's Defense Forces. It outsources and procures raw materials to manufacture a variety of products for the army, government, and general public. NEC recognizes the importance of sustainable procurement and has comprehensively embraced the policy. Apart from manufacturing arms and ammunition, the corporation also produces explosives for mining and construction purposes and follows up to ensure their safe use. The adoption of sustainable procurement policy demonstrates Uganda government's commitment to implementation of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, specifically Goal number 12, hence fulfillment of Uganda's obligation to ensuring creation of a better, fairer world. Procurement. Procurement can be described as the process of acquiring goods and services from a third-party vendor through a direct purchase, competitive bidding or tendering process while ensuring the right quantity.
Members, let's return. Members, let's return to our seats. Let's get back to business. You can come in with your cup of tea or coffee and your snack. Members, please let's take our seats. Council members, IPPU Council, please let's take our seats. You can come in with your cup of tea or coffee so that we can keep time. IPPU Council, please take your seats. Members who are still outside, we are asking you politely to resume, to take your seats. You can come back with your cup of tea or coffee so that we can keep time. Ladies and gentlemen, you all come back from the tea break, and I hope we are now energized and ready to resume. We have got a very exciting session, and the sub-theme is the role of technology in enhancing transparency and efficiency in procurement and supply chain management. The majority of us here are procurement professionals and or practitioners. The objective of this subsession include the objectives. Among the objectives, how do we drive inclusive growth? How do we enhance sustainability? How best can we share the practices? And how do we encourage innovation? Ladies and gentlemen, we have got well-thought speakers, and at this juncture, I would like to take this opportunity and introduce the session moderator, who is a seasoned procurement and supply professional and practitioner, our very own Mr. David Chiinji. Please, Mr. David Chiinji, take your seat. The keynote presenter for this session, and we are privileged to have him today, is the Mr. Agre Chibenge, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Affairs. A round of applause to welcome Mr. Agre. Thank you, Mr. Agre, for sparing time to come and share with us your knowledge and insights. We have got equally captivating panel for this session, and I'd like to welcome Mr. Benson Turamye, the Executive Director, PPDA, as our panelists in this session. Now, some of you people are not uploading our people, and I will mention your name and you clap alone. Please welcome the EDPPDA. Yes, that's better. That's better. And we also have Madame Speciosa Mukazi, the Head Corporate Services, UTCL. And lastly, we have Honorable Muchitari Stephen Adieri Virawa. If he's not here, he is on the way. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join hands to welcome the officials of this session. And over to you, moderator.
Thank you, MC. Allow me to stand on existing protocol. But once again, I want to welcome all of you who have managed to spare time to come and attend this session, this annual conference. As our guest speaker mentioned, he talked about the NDP 4 and objectives. This morning, the first session is definitely looking at unlocking sustainable development through inclusive procurement and supply chain practices. In March 2024, Cabinet approved the strategic direction of the NDP 4. And if you all recall, objective number 3 was to support the private sector, strengthening and supporting the private sector to enable inclusive growth and so forth. So this session, we are privileged to have this session that I'm going to moderate. We are privileged to have none other than the PS of Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Affairs, Mr. Agri Chibenge, to give us the keynote presentation. So I'm not going to take any more of his time. Let me invite our guest speaker for this session to take us through his presentation. Mr. Agri, you're most welcome.
I hope somebody has my presentation to upload it for purposes of you being able to follow. The session moderator, my colleagues, the panelists, and all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As you've heard, my name is Agre David Chibenge, and I'm happy to be here this morning to share on a topic. When the organizers contacted me, I said, why did they want me to go this line? But in the process of putting together my paper, I got convinced that this is an important topic as far as efforts that all of us are involved in are to achieve development and socio-economic transformation for our country. So I want to thank the organizers for that. And I'm happy to be amongst many old friends. As administrators, we interact and we share the space with many of you. If we can go to the next. Or did you want I do it here? Okay. Now, in my presentation, and I'm mindful of time, because on the program we're given 1 hour that we have to share. I don't know how generous the moderator will be. So I hope that in this presentation, if I'm able to leave you with some more questions that will help us conceptualize better issues of sustainable development, if I'm able to tickle you, if I can borrow that word, I'll have done my bit, because it is such a broad subject that within 30 minutes you cannot exhaustively bring up issues to do with sustainable development. So I've given it a preamble, which preamble should help us contextualize issues of sustainable development, and then the strategic focus of our country, strategic focus towards inclusive development and socio-economic transformation. I come from a ministry which many times is dubbed the People's Ministry, because we deal with the entire life cycle of a human being, right from conception. We take care of issues of mothers, and there are many here, and fathers, issues of children, issues of the youth, issues of the workers, persons with disabilities, and all vulnerable categories of people, the older persons, until you exit your legitimate responsibility of the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. And I think that is why issues of inclusive development become pertinent as far as our interaction is concerned. So I'll look at the strategic focus, but also highlight a few, there may not be all of them, reforms that have been undertaken towards inclusive procurement in Uganda, and then see how do we consolidate these gains as I conclude. Now quickly, the vision of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is that of a better standard of living, equity, and social cohesion. And our mission, therefore, is to promote decent employment, protection of the rights of, and empower the vulnerable and marginalized persons for equitable, gender-responsive development. Development that is for all, without leaving anyone behind. And when we get to issues of inclusive procurement, I want us to have at the back of our minds that mission, because I'll continuously either refer to it or premise my submissions on that mission. And our strategic focus is promoting people-centered development, where we deal with vulnerabilities of a person along the entire life cycle, as I've mentioned. And we therefore look at the children, the youth, the women, the working population, older persons, persons with disabilities, ethnic minorities. All those are our legitimate concern. Now, as our context, the quest, the desire for achieving sustainable development through, this time we'll narrow it down, inclusive procurement and supply chain practices demands that we do not only have enabling policy and legal frameworks, but that we must also have in place systematic planning, programming, and implementation that ensures that the process of purchase and acquisition and management of works, services, or supplies is in line with the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I'm taking you back to the concept of sustainable development, which was coined around the time 2015, when we were reviewing the Millennium Development Goals and what had been achieved globally. And at that time, new targets were set for the next 15 years, from 2015 to 2030 by the UN. And those targets is what informs what is called the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And the concern of the world is meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Meaning that whatever we do in contemporary or during contemporary times should not compromise the capacity of the world to sustain life in the future. Simply because you are in business today, you are in the extractive industry, you are even in our own homes. As we ache for a living, we must do it responsibly so that we are able to meet our own needs as well as needs of future generations. All member states of the UN, Uganda inclusive, are therefore enjoined to take bold steps to eradicate poverty, because that's the key underlying theme within Agenda 2030 in all its forms and dimensions, using strategies that focus on the people, that focus on the planet, Mother Earth, and prosperity. So, as we delve deeper into the interventions and the programs of government, not only government of Uganda, but member state governments that aim to achieve prosperity for those countries, we should be doing it in a manner that does not impact negatively on human beings, impact negatively on the environment. And one pledge that was made that remains relevant is that in our efforts to develop, we should not leave anybody behind. Nobody should be left behind. You remember those days when there was that phrase of Uganda will not wait for Karamoja to develop. That is not for contemporary times and for Agenda 2030. So it is not only those hard-to-reach areas that we should keep in mind, but also all other categories of people, particularly those we call vulnerable. I'll come to this later. You'll see that government has deliberate programs that target those people that we call vulnerable. In our case, as a ministry, we categorize some of them as special interest groups, and later we are going to see that policy, legal frameworks are adjusting to ensure that these people are brought on board, which meets our definition of inclusive development. So this presentation, therefore, attempts to explore the Ugandan context for achieving sustainable development through inclusive procurement and supply chain practices that benefit society, benefit the economy, and also benefit the environment. The three move together. Now, why should we procurement experts that are here? I'm not an expert in procurement. You are the experts. And you should be the ones, actually, Mr. Chiyingi should be the one lecturing to me, because this is an area I know he's familiar with very well. But at a strategic level, why should we focus on procurement and supply chain practices as far as the attainment of sustainable development is concerned? One key reason is that in Uganda, where public sector procurement wields enormous acquisition power, with approximately 60% of the national budget spent through the procurement function, and where procurement or activities in that realm contribute on average 30% of the GDP, we cannot ignore this opportunity. Public sector procurement, according to the Honorable Minister of Finance, and I was reading this from the National Sustainable Procurement, Public Procurement Action Plan from Minister of Finance. Public sector procurement has been recognized as a tool that facilitates socio-economic development by not only looking at issues of value for money, but also issues of inclusion. How do we use public procurement that takes a significant portion of our budget to achieve inclusive development and socio-economic transformation? So that is one of the reasons that I'm happy the organizers of this summit felt we must focus ourselves to this area. But in his statement, in that action plan, the PSST states that Agenda 2030 provides the global context for green growth. Ladies and gentlemen, if you belong of contemporary times and you are not familiar with the terminology of contemporary times, of greening literally everything around us, greening the world, greening minds of people, greening our actions, achieving green growth. I think PSST is reminding us and makes mention of Uganda's Green Growth Development Strategy, which recognized sustainable procurement as an intervention and identifies sustainable public procurement as one of the potential resource mobilization strategies for the transition to the green economy. Whatever we do in that space can facilitate faster transition into a green economy. And further that, he goes further to say, sustainable public procurement practices derive true overall value for public money. And I want you to underline some of these words. They are very strong. Derive true overall value for public money. In the procurement space, and we in the public sector, the questions that are being asked, has money, public money, brought value? But what is value? We must now unpack value in the context, not of the competitors, not in the context of the bids before us, but whether what it is we are committing this money to leads us to green growth, leads us to development which is sustainable, and leads us to socio-economic transformation. And he says, as every single purchase has hidden health, whatever you purchase has health implications. You might think you've spent money well, but in so doing, at the back of your mind, you must ask yourself, what is the implication of what I've purchased? How it is going to be managed, and how it is going to affect human health and human life ultimately. So it's not enough to be spending these big sums of money to buy goods, services, and whatever it is without having to reflect on the negative impacts of that which we are investing in. It also has hidden environmental and social impacts throughout the entire supply chain, and if well implemented, can be a powerful force for driving improved economic, environmental, and social outcomes. As I was reflecting on this, I looked back to that point when we had a disagreement with the World Bank that led to the suspension of work. I think, was it on Fort Portal Road? Because the workers there, we had procured works, people were doing their work, but the people driving those trailers and, those lorries that were carrying construction materials were busy impregnating young girls, were busy spreading HIV, AIDS. So what is it that you've given us that seemingly has value in the form of a road? So many people are going to be affected if we do not apply ourselves to these other hidden impacts. And there are several cases we are talking about. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this early stage, I'm saying that there are key questions that should continuously run through this session, and they include the following. How do we purchase goods, supplies, services, or works? What informs price valuation and other considerations to determine competitiveness and or value for money? I've been talking about this. In making purchase decisions, do we take into account the hidden social costs? That is to say, not only impact on people, communities, and the environment, but there are other issues, human rights, ethical, and other governance considerations. So as we move along, these questions will keep coming through. Do business practices and performance along the entire supply chain pass the test of sustainability and ethical considerations? Or are you the lead people in procurement? Are you the advisors? I think you have a statutory responsibility, those of you in the procurement units of the entities, you have a statutory responsibility to advise the entities, to advise the contracts committee. Are you alive to these other matters as you are doing evaluation of who you call the best evaluated bidder? I'm happy the law says the one with the lowest, I think, price may not necessarily be the best evaluated bidder, because there are these other considerations that will certainly come in. Our actors across the entire supply chain, starting with us ourselves, the policymakers, you, the procurement experts, the managers of the process, the producers, the vendors, the warehouse owners, the transporters, the distributors, the retailers, are they obligated to manage or handle whatever we purchase in a way that minimizes social, economic, and environmental risks? Do we adhere to international standards throughout the procurement process? So what is it that informs the procurement choices and decisions that we make? So I'm simply raising these questions. I don't expect answers, but as we move along, we'll have to reflect on these. Now, as a country, government of Uganda's strategic direction towards achieving sustainable development is informed by several international and regional covenants, and we have domesticated many of these through an array of local policy and legal frameworks. And I'm simply highlighting a few. But if you wanted to do an audit of our entire policy and legal framework, you'll find that we have tried to align many of these to the requirements of sustainable development. But the starting point for us is the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 of them. You have the Africa Agenda for the African Union 2063, which is also aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals. We are members of regional bodies, including the East African Community, which has a Vision 2050, and a Common Market Protocol that facilitates movement of goods, of services, of capital, of people across the East African Community region. And in doing so, some of them will be moving for reasons of business, for reasons of trade. So if we have people in here that would like to do business within the region, they will have to be mindful of the requirements of Agenda 2063 and the demands of inclusive procurement. And then IGAD. We are members of the IGAD, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, on free movement of persons. And in the process, yes, as they move, they trade. All these put in place certain requirements. But down here, I think His Excellency, the President, has given strategic guidance on a number of issues, some of which you'll find in the manifesto. There is Vision 2040, which is a blueprint for transitioning Uganda into middle-income status, and to do so through sustainable wealth creation. Yes, we should be creating wealth. We should be transitioning households into the money economy. Business should increase, productivity should go up, production should go up, but we must do it in a sustainable way, creating employment and inclusive growth. That is the premise on which Vision 2040 is constructed. But there's also NDP 4. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether in your PDs, those of you, the procurement practitioners, you have started thinking about Vision, or rather NDP 4, because we are now out of NDP 3, we are into NDP 4. And NDP 4 is the first plan for implementation of the 10-fold growth strategy. Government has unveiled a 10-fold growth strategy, meaning for the next 10 years, Uganda must achieve almost 10 times what or where we are at the moment. 10 times. It is an ambitious strategy, but it is possible, it is doable. And until we apply ourselves to it, we cannot say it is impossible. And then this NDP4 also is the last plan for Agenda 2030. Remember, we have only 5 years to go out of the 15. So this plan should deliver what we committed to do under Agenda 2030. I'm sure, I'm told the Honourable Minister was here, you could have looked at NDP4, whose goal is to achieve higher household incomes and employment for sustainable. The word sustainable comes through all as we discuss these matters, for sustainable socio-economic transformation. But the objectives of NDP4, which I want to quickly highlight, include sustainably increasing production, productivity, and value addition in agriculture, industry, minerals, oil and gas, tourism, ICT, and financial services. The process of doing this has implications on the local market, on business, on growing the local market. Enhance human capital development along the entire life cycle. The empowerment programs we are going to talk about that target the different categories of people all aim to ensure that we achieve human capital development along the life cycle. But equally important is supporting the private sector to drive growth and create jobs. The private sector, these are not philanthropists. They are people who expect returns on their investment, and they are in business. And these are the people we handle daily. So under NDP4, we are expected to provide an environment that allows the private sector to thrive. But it should not be business at the expense of human life. It should not be business at the expense of the environment. We need to build and maintain strategic, sustainable infrastructure in transport, in housing, energy, water, industry, and ICT. Talk of that value chain that supports procurement, the supply chain. And then to strengthen good governance, security, and the role of the state in development. As I did say at the beginning, emphasis for us is on what the World Summit for Social Development in 1995 defined as people-centered development. So whatever we do above as guided by those objectives, we must keep our focus on people-centered development, which aims to improve local communities' self-reliance, social justice, and participatory decision-making. Now, I want to quickly run through the other important frameworks that inform. I'm still building a case for inclusive procurement. They are the UN Environmental, Social, and Governance Framework. These days, those of you who are in the world of development, programming, you will not run away from ESG. and you are continuously reminded to align whatever you do to the requirements of ESG. That is the environmental, social, and governance framework for assessing business practices and performance in terms of how these protect the environment. And it's not only protection of the environment, how they promote good working conditions and safety. And safety. My ministry has a problem. Recently, we increased our vigilance in monitoring these investors, the people who are employing our people. And there are a lot of things that are coming up that we need to address. It's not enough for investors to bring money or for a country to attract money. But the dignity of our people, the conditions under which they work, goes hand in hand with the desire to have foreign direct investment increase in this country. The two, you cannot say you will sacrifice one for the other. So issues of the working conditions, issues of safety and protection against exploitation, there are so many of these cases around. Corruption and addressing all the other ethical issues, they come into focus. So competitiveness of Uganda's goods in the global market has of late been affected due to ESG non-compliance reasons. You must have heard, if not, the EU Parliament's declaration barring Uganda products, especially coffee, from deforested, coffee deforested from deforestation zones. You must have heard about this. But even yesterday I saw in the Monitor, I think, newspaper, there was a story where they were making reference to the EU deforestation regulation, which was passed and it's going to take effect 31st of December this year. And they are saying coffee that comes from Uganda, from areas that were deforested to plant that coffee, will not be allowed in the European market. And unfortunately, we sell up to 60% of that coffee in the EU market. But the risk we are running, if we simply pay attention to the process of growing coffee, there's a drive to increase the coffee stock so that we can get more revenue from the market. International standards are now catching up with us because you are planting coffee in deforested areas. And it's not only coffee, but there are several other products that they are examining. But you must also have heard about President Joe Biden's executive order of 29th December 2023 that barred Uganda from benefiting from the AGOA trade deal due to what they call human rights related concerns. Don't worry in terms of the debate of whether AHA, the Anti-Homosexuality Act, which the people in the West are using to lock out Uganda's products on human rights concerns in the case of AGOA, we may not go into the merits of that argument now, because for us it is an issue of perversion of our culture, of our values. For them, it is an issue of human rights. And as a result, international standards, we are getting locked out of markets out there. And I'm bringing these examples back home for purposes of us appreciating that business is not simply about the quality of the product that you are putting onto the market. There are those other considerations. How are you producing those things? I was in the International Labour Conference in June this year, and Uganda appeared. I led the Ugandan team to their ILO committee on application of standards. And in the ILO, and remember, some of these decisions that are taken in these fora are shared across, because the member states of ILO include the very members of EU, include these other countries where we are doing business. And their concern was the increasing incidence of child labor in Uganda. And they are saying our tea is being produced in Kabarole using children, child labor. They are saying tobacco, sugarcane, and many other goods are being produced using child labor. Of course, we had to help them understand that in Uganda, a child is part of the family, and when the family goes to the garden, they go with the children. We had to try and convince them. And as a country, we are making a report on this particular matter of child labor. So the point we are making at this stage is that there are environmental, there are social, there are governance issues that we must address, even in procurement, if we are going to achieve sustainable development. There are also other important frameworks, and many of you who are familiar with the World Bank safeguards, the Environmental and Social Safeguards Policy Framework, which aims to promote social inclusion of the poor and vulnerable by empowering people, by building cohesive and resilient societies, and making institutions accessible and accountable to citizens. Many of these projects, World Bank and others, and which is a practice that we certainly are picking up even in our other projects, we must address ourselves to the environmental and social safeguards. We must incorporate them in project planning, in project design, project implementation. But come back home. Our own constitution entrenches citizens' fundamental rights, including affirmative action in favor of marginalized groups, and also right to a clean and healthy environment and economic rights. So while people should do business, they are entitled to a clean and healthy environment. And this sets the standard, the Constitution especially, for all policies and subsidiary legislation aimed at promoting sustainable development, characterized by an equitable and vibrant economy achieved through now inclusive procurement. So I go to the issue, the subject of inclusive procurement. And by the way, even if I didn't go into the depth of this, and we are clear in terms of that conceptual background for inclusive procurement, I could even stop here. I will have made my case. But I'll run through this quickly. The National Public Sector Procurement Policy, I think of 2019, and the action plan I referred to, issued by Minister of Finance, crown all that I've said by ensuring that the goal of integrating sustainable procurement in Uganda's procurement system is guided systematically and ultimately achieved. It is not trying. We cannot handle this by simply leaving it to one entity and another, or one ministry and another. It is a matter that is multi-sectoral, it is cross-cutting, and this policy framework helps us to integrate sustainable procurement in our system. PPDA, we should credit them, has accordingly incorporated environmental, health, and social aspects in the bidding documents for works. But it is important to note that impacts may even occur long before a good or a service is procured. For example, at the stage of resource extraction, at the stage of manufacturing that good, we are concerning ourselves with the good that is on offer. We are addressing ourselves with the works at the point they begin. But there will be underlying social issues, environmental issues that must have been addressed along that entire chain. Transportation, at the stage of transportation. You've not heard about the Chinese trucks ferrying sand in Wakiso and the uproar they have caused within communities. So, you might be looking at the Chinese as an investor who is supposed to be given a license to do certain things, but along the way, there are so many things that are happening, even at storage stage. Some of the things that are procured, how are they managed? When they become obsolete, how are we disposing them? All these are legitimate questions that we should address ourselves too. What risk do they put to human life, whatever we are handling along this entire process? And these are augmented by other relevant policy, legal, regulatory, and planning frameworks. And I cited only a few: the Employment Act of 2006 and regulations which prescribe the conditions under which somebody must be employed. The relationship between employer and employee are prescribed in these. The Occupational Safety and Health Act, how we handle hazardous material in the process of procurement, we are handling a lot of these. The Domestic Violence Act, NEMA, National Environment Management Act, and the Environmental and Social Assessment Regulations, Equal Opportunities Policy. We have recently also come up as a ministry responsible for gender, labor, and social development. We have developed a national action plan on business and human rights. We cannot leave these to becoming a matter of choice for the people that are involved in business. We must entrench business and human rights, or human rights in business, right from the very outset. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to move quickly towards conclusion. What opportunity do we have in Uganda? We have key reforms and programs which are in line with that overarching strategic direction for achieving sustainable development. And this leverages an inclusive public procurement system. As we put emphasis and more resources in these programs for economic empowerment, we should also leverage the public procurement system. So government has prioritized a number of reforms and programs aimed at empowering local communities, providers, and marginalized groups. Emphasis on economic empowerment strategies or programs that transition, as I said, Uganda into the money economy. You must have heard enough about the parish development model and the fact that government is putting 100 million every year within the communities at parish level, every year. And that was to happen for the next 5 years. So within 5 years, you would have each parish with a revolving fund of 500 million under PDM. What should this money do? The money targets those households that should utilize it to increase their production and productivity. And as you produce more, of course, you generate surplus that you want to put out into the market. So business should be thriving because not only of PDM, but there are also many other programs that government has put in place. EMYOGA, the Youth Livelihoods Program, the Youth Venture Capital Fund. We are giving equipment and tools to youth and women groups and a program we call Juakali. We have the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, and the kid on the block is now the GROW project. Just a week or so ago, we were in this very room commissioning the banks that are lending out money to women on friendly interest rates. These are largely women entrepreneurs or women in business. We want those women to grow their businesses. And in so growing, these businesses, they will be looking for market. And with the amendments that have been made to the PPDA Act for the reservation schemes, there will be a lot of business. So all this means reflecting on how we guide the increased participation in the economy to make sure that we do not sacrifice the health of our people, we do not sacrifice the health of our environment. Minister of Finance is coming up with an even bigger one called INVITE, which is Investment for Industrial Transformation and Employment. Again, resources are going to be made available for those who would like more money than we are giving under these small programs. But we also have money for the older persons. We have a grant we are giving out to older persons. This grant targets people like you and me who retire from service at 60 years of age. And we have a program called SAGE, where we give grants to the older persons, but that picks them at 80. So the question has been, what do you do with somebody 61 to 79 who is strong enough and wants to work? Instead of condemning him to retirement into the village, we give them some money. And also grants for persons with disabilities. There is what you are very familiar with, the BUBU policy that aims to promote local content by encouraging procurement by government of locally produced goods and services to stimulate economic growth and job creation. And the guidelines which PPDA has issued on reservation schemes to promote participation of local providers in public procurement, where certain procurements are exclusively reserved for Ugandan resident and EAC, that is East African Community contractors, suppliers, manufacturers, and consultants. And the recent one of March, the reservation schemes to promote the participation of registered associations of women, youth, and persons with disabilities for purposes of achieving greater social and economic inclusion. Under this latter case, 15% of the procurement and disposing entity budgets are reserved for these and their owned enterprises, as well as 30 million and 15 million worth of supplies, works, consultants and non-consultancy services, and at the central and local government levels respectively. At central government level it is 30 million, at local government levels it is 15 million through these reservation schemes. So it means that many of them will be participating in procurement, in business. But as we provide this kind of environment, as I said, at the back of our minds, we should keep focused on the goals of sustainable development. This is my last part. How do we consolidate the gains, therefore? What is it, having done all that? I'm saying inclusive procurement and supply chain practices is a deliberate attempt at creating opportunities for diverse businesses and communities to participate in the procurement process. And it triggers the following benefits: creation of demand, supply, and fostering innovation and competition. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no two ways about it. If Uganda is going to achieve the 10-fold growth, there are certain things that will have to change. Our business will have to blossom, will have to grow. The level of innovation will have to increase if we are to achieve that 10-fold growth. And through inclusive procurement and supply chain practices, we think that that will be possible. And the measures that government has already taken, which I've outlined. The other benefit is enhancing social equity and inclusion and redistribution of wealth. These programs are redistributing wealth. I one time, during that confusion in Kenya, I one time proudly said, as somebody who is in the social development sector, yes, I know we have a young population. Uganda is considered to have the second youngest population in the world. But I kept on asking myself, as somebody in charge of the youth, would the youth in Uganda spontaneously behave like the youth in Kenya? What is it that we might have done right, or we are doing right, that can mitigate against the kind of outburst we saw in Kenya? It is redistribution of wealth. It is as simple as that. Because youth are getting money, villages are getting money, parishes are getting money. These programs that government has deliberately put in place and encouraging people to use the money positively, I think make a difference. If not totally, at least they help engage our people. But also, the benefits of supporting environmental sustainability through inclusive procurement and the supply chain practices, and promoting economic growth and sustainable inclusive development. So those are key gains that I think we need to consolidate. But, did I switch off? So I'm left with only 2 slides. To maximize the opportunities government of Uganda has created, inclusive procurement strategies and supply chain best practices require that we focus on, 1, prioritizing overall value. There are some of these terms I was encountering, and when I unpacked them further, they made a lot of meaning to me. Prioritizing overall value rather than lowest total cost of the procurement. Focusing on total cost of ownership. That is a terminology I was encountering for the first time, but you people who do the valuation, I think, know. Focusing on total cost of ownership that takes into account all costs associated with every aspect of the supply chain, including material acquisition, storage, selling, transportation, currency exchange costs, trade incentives, and restrictions. All these must be borne in mind when we are assigning a value, or when we are seen to be getting value for money. 2, optimizing inventory management by reliably predicting demand and supply levels for the present and the future to inform best restocking practices and minimize wastage and sometimes expiry of stock. Do you know there are people who are in business by chance and somehow chikwatayo, they find things are happening even when they are not thinking seriously, even when they are not engaged in predicting, they find things are happening. But it can also turn the other way around, and you find within a day that person is out of business, or that person has accumulated stock that becomes obsolete. And in the process, it is stock that they have to dispose that has far-reaching implications for the environment. All this is part of our concern and the people within the supply chain. This is supported by sharing of real-time data across the entire supply chain and purchasing inventory and materials from environmentally friendly and certified sources. These days they are talking of green labels, whether what you are trading in meets that requirement. But we also need, I think, to think seriously about providing training and capacity building programs for beneficiaries of these empowerment programs. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot leave it to chance and simply say, women have been given money, youth have been given money, older persons have been given money, somebody has something to sell. You've heard His Excellency the President's message on the 4-acre model. The 4-acre model presupposes that the homestead will have something to sell. And they now enter your space. once it gets even into the space of public procurement, right into your space, and these considerations come up. But the people you are dealing with, who are running these businesses, have no idea whatsoever. So how do we build capacity across that entire chain? Reservation schemes of minority-owned businesses. Many of these are just operating in the informal sectors, or they are transitioning and lack both the human resource and the skills. Even some of them that may be seemingly operating what are called big businesses that are bidding, they don't have the people in there to help them on matters of sustainable procurement. Effective supply chain management requires right people making right decisions based on right data and frameworks. And much of this many times will be technologically enhanced. Still, to do with training, investing in high quality training and continuous professional development for the entire supportive layer of other actors. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this summit sets us off. We need to increase speed. I've sat in meetings where we've talked about sustainable procurement, sustainable public procurement. I don't know how much of these concepts have penetrated to the level of you, the practitioners, to the level of us, the policymakers, my heads of departments. I can bet I'm challenged. You've invited me here to speak on this topic. But if I went and did a small survey within my own ministry to see how people appreciate issues of sustainable public procurement, I can assure you that your guess is as good as mine. So all these, we need to target them. The local government officials, we are telling these groups that they have opportunity to do business at the local government level, where you have the cows and all these actors. They also have their own contracts committees at that level. Are they alive to these requirements as far as procurement is concerned? Or are we going, as we empower these groups, are we going to perpetuate an already bad situation? I remember one time, allow me to digress quickly. One time, I was in the education sector and I listened to one of the academics who said, people are asking about the falling quality of our standards of education. And he said, but you know, the problem is simple. We admit teachers into teaching colleges who are going there as their last option and choice. They go there, those colleges are under-resourced. They leave half-baked to go out into the schools and into society to wreak more havoc. A vicious cycle, as they say. So yes, we want to empower people. We want to empower marginalized groups, vulnerable categories of people. Have we prepared the people managing this process so that as we empower them, as they do business, it is not at the expense of human health. It is not at the expense of planet Earth, whose resources in many cases are finite. Some of them, as you clear them, you will not get them back. Even the regeneration process, those who believe that some of the natural resources can regenerate, the process of regeneration could take your entire lifetime before a forest that was cleared to give you the timber that you sold for furniture in the schools was regenerated. So we need to train all these people to enhance awareness on sustainable public procurement and ultimately establish a pipeline of experts and students in supply chain and logistics management. Simplifying procurement processes and barriers in order to increase contract opportunities for small, disadvantaged and underserved communities. Fortunately, the reservation scheme will help in this regard, but we can also promote joint bidding partnerships among these. and we need to guide them. Then I talked about green thinking, implementing green procurement practices along the supply chain through sustainable sourcing and innovation, constructed on the 4 R's and D waste management principles of reduce, reuse, recycle, reclaim, and whatever we promote is degradable. That must be mainstreamed into the procurement process, taking advantage of economies of scale through single and bulk procurements to benefit from volume discounts and reduced warehousing labor costs compared to those multiple purchases. In the process of doing those multiple purchases, a lot of things are happening, value is being lost. I talked to my brother, the ED. There was a question that has been disturbing me. I've been in government for some time. And forgive me, because the experts will say, when you point to a particular product, somebody one time called me to order on a contracts committee that is called branding, that you should not go and say, I want a vehicle, a Nissan, or I want an Isuzu, or I want a Toyota. But I was talking informally to the ED, and I said we should take up this conversation. If you did a sample of all the VIP vehicles in Uganda that are being driven, what make is being driven in Uganda? Toyota. Toyota. Either Toyota VX, they've now brought in a new model, and everybody is driving those cars. Right from State House, to the Vice President, to the Prime Minister, to all the ministers, to all the PSEs, all of them, the chief executives, are driving a car called Toyota. So however much you want competition, inevitably, that competition will always lead you to a what? A Toyota. I was in a ministry one time and I was trying to convince my boss that there was a better make of car which I wanted to buy. My boss told me over her dead body, she wouldn't take that make of car because all her colleagues were being driven in a Toyota. So I suggested to the ED, I said, but ED, you people promote what are called framework contracts. Why don't we do framework contracts, not in favor of Toyota, but with all these suppliers of motor vehicles, the station wagons that we buy for the big people. I do a framework contract with the suppliers of Isuzu. I do a framework contract with Victoria Motors, with Sifao, with all these. Their prices are known, and the entities, when it comes to buying, you have your framework contract. Do you know how much time we spend procuring cars? 7 months. 7 months. And every ministry, every entity is spending that time with meetings, with everybody buying. The end product is a Toyota. Toyota for all these ministries, whichever level you'll put it. But you are spending, all of you, 7 months to do it. Supposing we had a framework contract and Toyota's price is known across the entire government. Victoria Motors' price is known across the entire government. And if somebody's money leads them to a vehicle under Victoria, in 2 weeks I will have delivered a Victoria Pajero in my ministry. In 1 week I can deliver a Toyota vehicle in my ministry. In 1 week I'll have delivered an Isuzu vehicle in my ministry. The prices are the same because the framework contract is done across. So what is the problem? What is the problem? But I'm ready again to wait for another year. I start a procurement, 7 months before I get a vehicle. Whichever vehicle I'm buying, I need ED, a framework contract with all these suppliers of vehicles. And that framework contract can be done with government. For all of them, in 2 weeks, every entity will buy the vehicle they want, they can afford. Period. The standards have been set. Which vehicle you can buy for who, you don't have to waste resources. So I'm saying Let's take advantages of economies of scale through single and bulk procurements to benefit from volume discounts, reduce warehousing, labor costs compared to multiple purchases. Conducting regular assessments and audits to promote transparency, accountability, decent work and fair labor practices for diverse businesses and communities, and environmental compliance. All these things are required. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I'm just repeating what I've been saying, that sustainable development is a big global agenda that requires a holistic approach and common appreciation at all levels of what is at stake. What is it that we are cheering? We are trying to ensure that we meet the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. But most importantly, maintaining our focus on people, on planet, on prosperity. If you want to forget everything I've said since I got here, please remember just those 3 P's. People, planet, prosperity. The 3 go together. Even in procurement, we must have them in focus. We must accordingly embark on a deliberate and systematic process of not only greening the minds of all actors, we must green our minds, all players in the procurement and supply chain management space, but also greening all enabling policy, legal framework, and businesses and processes. Procurement, which takes up to 60% of our national budget, is unarguably a vital avenue and tool for attainment of sustainable development as we strive for a balance between increased production and productivity, improved livelihoods and incomes, and conscious or cautious use of our natural and environmental resources. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention.
Another round of applause. Thank you, Mr. PS. You realize that, yes, we want first of all apologize, we've overshot the time, but the presentation was wonderful. There was no way how to intervene because whatever the PS has said, he has summarized everything that actually has given us a business case. He has strengthened our business case. Why sustainable procurement must be what? Supported. My panel was introduced. I don't need to repeat. You know the panel. The MC introduced the ED, introduced SPAY, our very own SPAY, although these days she's now in another office. We have a Honorable Kitare, who maybe wasn't around when we are coming up on this podium. So members, you have to bear with me. I will not repeat, I will not summarize, because if I attempt, I may lose the gist of the matter. Let me straight away go to the ED. Mr. ED, you've heard what the PS has said. There's an attempt there has been an attempt by government of Uganda through the legal framework to ensure that everybody is catered for in public sector procurement. Can you just give us briefly what are the success story? Because I know you've already done something on the works document and through the reservation schemes that the PS has mentioned. Can you just tell the public, the participants, what has been the success story out of these efforts that government has done to support inclusiveness?
Thank you very much. And before I talk about success stories, allow me first appreciate this particular topic that we are discussing today. When I first saw it, unlocking sustainable development through inclusive procurement and supply chain practices,
seemed a bit complex. But I want to appreciate the PS, my friend Chibenge, for dissecting it to the simplest understanding, even of those who may not be familiar with this subject. But also hearing from him and declaring that he's not a procurement profession, I also understood that procurement has come out of the shadows. It is no longer in the periphery. It must steer sustainable national development. If we are going to develop this country, procurement must be leading, because whatever is done, whatever is achieved, service delivery, infrastructure, all goes through public procurement. He talked about 60%, true, 60%, but this is capital development. You are not even counting wages of all these professional persons or people, the stakeholders in this. But if you are going to value the GDP contribution to the GDP contribution from public procurement, it is enormous. So I want to appreciate you, and really, now that I believe you are recruited to be one of our cadres, talk about sustainable procurement and inclusivity. We procure. Maybe let me first, Honorable Chinji, talk about sustainability a bit, because we procure. But what we procure, how does it contribute? How does it spoil the other three P's you talked about? We have vehicles, for example, and for your information, PS, now we drive all the vehicles. We are supposed to dispose of these vehicles after 5 years. But to what extent are they polluting our environment? Can we come up with not innovative innovations so that we even turn these vehicles into electrical vehicles? PPD is studying that with some developer. Instead of disposing them at no value, can't we transform them into electrical vehicles and they become new again? It is possible. We dispose, we get drugs, they disappear, they expire in our stores, not necessarily because they have not been consumed, but because maybe the shelf life of these medicines have caused them to expire. Where do we dispose them? What about the computers and the laptops and tablets that we are using? So we should look at, as when we talk about sustainability, let's look at the whole cycle, right from planning to disposal, so that we don't compromise the future generation. Recently, I think it was Dr. Chargonza who talked about grain. We consume a lot of grain. All our children consume grain. Even us today, we have consumed grain, wheat. We are eating wheat there. To what extent is that grain safe? There is a lot of aflatoxins. So how, in this procurement process, how have we put safeguards in terms of sustainability? But moderator, in terms of inclusivity, I am very happy that again Agule talked about the reservation schemes. But then let's talk about, first of all, the local content, because the local content is also a driver to sustainable national development, because we are trying to make sure that these products that can be manufactured here in Uganda are consumed by government entities. Cables, electricals, clothing, and uniforms that are consumed by our security organs, transformers, printing materials, furniture. So what sustainable inclusions are there? Can we say that now that you have been given a reservation to manufacture clothing, then you must address issues of sustainability? They must be included as a condition. It's not just a free take. But the challenge now, and good, I'm talking to most of these are procurement practitioners. Reservations started in March this year. Procurement plans have been revised to address procurements that will benefit the youth, the women, and persons with disability, to include them in enhancing their well-being. And you know, the majority really are the youth. He has talked about Kenya and Uganda. If we don't address this problem, me and you will be in trouble. If we don't address the problem of the youth, you are not going to sleep, because they will not have food, they will not have what to eat, they will come to demand food from your homes. Irrespective of your tall fence and barbed wire and the second area and the dog and whatever, they will come. So this is the time. So we practitioners, how are we implementing this? If we are going, these are small value procurements, Mr. Chairman. We are talking about 30 million. It is a request for quotation. Is it intentional that when you are inviting bidders, this is the focus, or you are still overall, or you are still saying anybody can participate? No. Please, we want to partner with you. We want to ensure that you are our ambassadors down there to implement these government policies. And even where they have participated, try to be objective. Someone the other time was asking me, the youth, he said, but these people ask for 5 years experience in supplies. What does I need to supply stationery was 10 million and you're asking for 5 years experience? What experience does one need to supply stationery? Or to supply laptops, or to supply food? So let's be a bit supportive to these reservations so that we can together develop this country. Thank you, Moderator.
Okay, thank you, Edie. In the interest of time, let me move to our own space. We normally call her space. I know she's space user. Space.
Thank you.
Space, maybe what I want from you, can you try to highlight some of the unsustainable practices and the costs they are likely to incur on our public sector procurement system? The cost of unsustainable practices. If we continue buying unsustainably, what are the likely costs this country is likely to encounter? From your own experience, I know she's now in another office, but she has been in procurement for a number of years.
Yeah, thank you, Moderator, and thank you, the peers, for the great presentation, and the ED for the great success stories that the authority is putting up. But also, back to the question, But maybe before I answer the question, I would like to clarify that currently, highly involved in the community to ensure that we have the right of way at the transmission, leading about 40 team members to ensure that Ugandans are compensated and resettled in different communities. So currently, I'm not deeply in the heart of the procurement, but I'm with people. Thank you. Back to the question from the moderator. Yes, the costs if we don't adopt this agenda in our businesses while conducting our procurement. One, will continue to have no impact on our communities. For example, are we intentional when we are planning, budgeting? Are we intentional to ensure that the innovations that the speaker has been highlighting, are we intentional to ensure that from the budgeting cycle to the procurement process, are they inclusive? So we need to ensure that some of these innovations are inclusive from the budgeting to the procurement process and then into the contract management. We need to see those inclusiveness that the key presenter has mentioned. The other issue is, the other cost that we are likely to face is if the procurement experts are not involved in the loan negotiations from the start. I don't know how many loans in this country that we have seen our own procurement experts engaged to ensure that the local content issues, the women issues are inclusive. We'll continue to lose on that platform. So, moderator, we need to ensure that the loans, negotiations, we need to have our cadres in procurement, the expert, to ensure that throughout the loan negotiations, the issues on agenda for the country, the local content we've been talking about, are inclusive. So if we don't do that, we lose it out. And that is a big cost to our nation. The other key issue is monitoring. I'm happy that the PPD has put up the guidelines, and with these guidelines, with the law in place, with the commitment of Ministry of Gender to ensure that the social sector is given the opportunity, I believe that it is a beginning for us, the practitioners, to ensure that we create impact. But we need to have the passion. We need to be intentional to ensure that this big agenda, the sustainable that has come closer to us, is really fully integrated in our processes. The other key matter is, moderator, is that we need to be intentional to have a market that is informed of this agenda. I don't know how many suppliers in our market that have this agenda, that are able to supply to Ugandans goods or services that are inclusive but are better for Ugandans. So we need to ensure that this market is given attention to ensure that whatever comes out of this market impacts our people and protects our environment. Moderator, I think in brief, those are some of the key costs that we need to take into consideration while ensuring that the inclusive procurement is taken into consideration. Thank you, moderator.
Oh, thank you, Spe. Thank you for those observations. Now, before I invite the last moderator, maybe I know I've seen my sister here, the head of procurement, KCCA. But, Mr. PS, we wish that this concept is really sold throughout the government. not only the procurement fraternity, but even as you mentioned, you gave us a challenge that do your user department, are they aware? So Dr. Charlie Gonza, I think now you see the task we have of sensitizing. Indeed, you're correct. The issue of what Spear has said, the issue of the market, the traders themselves, there's a lot we have to do. It's a complex, not a simple journey, but we've started on the journey. I can assure you we've started on the journey. Right now, I know they are debating in the state hall about getting more land, but I wish they had involved the procurement people. Maybe, and they started thinking sustainably. Wouldn't be looking for more land. I think we would be looking for an investor, and even using PPP, not even looking for our money. Yeah? Because waste is what? Is money. In many countries, waste is money. And if we are thinking sustainable, that's why Mr. PS and members, Accountant General's Office is actually also making sure I think very soon, we want to make sure that we start on what we call sustainability reporting by all government ministries. So if it's cases here, they should talk about, look at the risks of the business they are doing and how are they addressing them. Because some of the things are really, at the end of the day, they affect human beings, the person, the people, and so forth. So at this juncture, allow me to invite Honorable Mkitare. He's coming from the National Planning Authority. He's a good friend of mine. We've worked together we worked together some years ago, and then we went to make money in that parliament. Now he's back in MPA. So Mkitare, I want you to, he's going to talk about the future. How do they look at procurement, the future of procurement, as the planners? As planners, how do you look at procurement, the future of procurement?
Thank you so much, the organizers and conveners of this very important 8th Annual Procurement Summit. I want to thank the PS, my good Muzukulu Chibenge, for doing good justice to this presentation. And I want to congratulate all of you. I can imagine here we have people who are procuring for government and those who are procuring for private sector, because sometimes we talk so much about government procurement and forget the private sector. I'm privileged to have done 12 years of private sector procurement, and then also I've done government procurement for 5 years, but also I've been in parliament for 15 years looking for that money for government procurement. So I'm also a tax agent before I went to parliament. So I'm trying to identify you by your lines of work. I'm sure there are logistics people here, transporters have been one, there are shipping agents here, there are suppliers here, there are contractors here, clearing and forwarding companies here, travel agents here. People who have worked in relief, procurement officers of MDAs. So we have come from that background. But I could provoke you and ask you, why do you think the best practice in private sector procurement does not apply in government procurement? When I was in private sector, we would do proven performance solicitation. Proven performance solicitation. And you can even bring 4 companies, best practice, and even negotiate with them. Why do we in government go for the so-called competitive bidding? PPD has done some reforms to the effect that we no longer just go for the lowest bidder. We've gone for the most important technical specs. That has been an evolution. But can I, from my background, tell you that the PPDA original was not intended for us to do the import substitution policy, for us to industrialize. It is a post-Bretton Woods structural adjustment program where the developed North was looking at us as a market. So it comes with privatization, liberalization, outsourcing. So those who got excited with PPDA, they did not know that we are creating markets for the developed world. So basically, my good procurement people, you have been very good at helping those international markets. And that's why you see my good friends in UNRWA who have given you very good roads, are being massaged at Parliament and Cabinet that they will be protected. Actually, what MDAs like UNRWA should be doing, they should be restructuring themselves into a national construction company, not a procurement supervisor. The times are not okay. I've been in Parliament, I've been chairman of national economy, I've been appropriating budget. We don't have the money. URA cannot perform. So why don't we make ourselves relevant? How did the Army Military Brigade start making roads and not UNRWA? I am here to provoke you. So I will not speak niceties. I was invited here before I became a board member of NPA. I just became a board member. And I have refused to get a paper from my technocrats. I am speaking applied, practical life. 32 years ago, when I left Makerere as a student of economics, there was no profession called procurement, logistics and supply, but I've worked there. So we'd get some BComs, some lawyers, some economists to go and work. They used to call it purchasing. My procurement, logistics and supply chain fraternity. What if tomorrow there is a government reform to the effect that we go back where I started, Central Tender Board and Central Purchasing Corporation, because that's where I started from. Can you think aloud about that? Because in the budget squeeze, in the limited resource, the discretionary resource is not there. I am one of the advocates 10 years ago that we should have centralized high-value procurements. Bulk purchases, we did it in NMS when I was there. Unit cost, common user items, so that not every district department and agency buys its own paper at a different price and a different standard. At the end of the day, you are also not creating the production lines in the country for the Gen Zs and the youth to get jobs. Import substitution bubu industrial policy is deliberate conscious. It is intentional. It cannot be accident. You can't be using papers from Malaysia and you think you will build the industry here. We are now in the East African Common Market. We are talking about African Continent Free Trade Area. So if everybody is buying Toyotas in Africa, then make a production line in Africa and supply the bigger market. That should be the thinking. So I really want to cause a paradigm shift. You cannot at the same time be intentional to be a market and at the same time a manufacturer and industrialist. You have to make a choice, either or. In Bunyoro we say, utagichumbo tagiokia nsange hiri. Is it possible? You don't roast it, you don't steam it, I want it ready. Through sun drying, it's not possible. So my procurement fraternity, as we celebrate this summit, I would want you to think outside the box. That it is possible tomorrow, also in private practice, where I have been, end users are not buyers. Why do you think in government end users should be buyers? End users do stocks, they make requisitions. There is a centralized purchasing area. Why do you think in government everybody should purchase? So if I'm asked at NPA, I may come with very radical proposals on how to deal with the challenge. I marry from Buganda and they have a saying, "Nanyi ni mufu ya kwata wauni." So we know where we are bleeding from. As procurement practitioner, supply chain and logistics, are you happy when IGG says 60% corruption is procurement related? You know, I'm now not proud to be called an MP. I'm happy I'm not in parliament. Because there's times when things are a bit embarrassing. I'm a former MP. I'm not in 11th parliament. So I wouldn't want you to be in that category. To be related with 90%, 60% corruption in their budget. Auditor General said that. I've been in PAC. So me, I would want, first of all, to send that message to my practitioners, to my colleagues. In 98, 99, working with David and others, the Manzis, we even had an effort in creating SIPS Uganda. I worked with other people to work on the logistics part because I've been in all this. But it is not enough without speaking to the state of economy, which the PS has done so well. We are now making, at National Planning Authority, the fourth NDP, because the current one is expiring this financial year. So we must have a new one by the end of this month, goes for validation, so that the making of the next budget, 2025-26, is informed by the NDP4, which is talking of double-digit growth and tenfold growth of the economy. Is that possible with the current practice of procurement? The answer is no. So we cannot do business as usual. And it is important that we understand it from this angle. We shall have done this country a very good job. Let me give you, I'm just giving you practice. I refuse to write a paper. When I was in private practice, I was in charge of all the Danida procurements in this country, in charge of Spedition DAL. That time, essential drugs, RWASA, almost all projects were Danida. So while working in charge of essential drugs for 5 years, the central medical stores did not have a system. You would take drugs and take away the way you want. So it was called the most corrupt. So government puts in place NMS. And because of that, I leave David at Kinyara Sugar Works, where I was a procurement admin, and I go to medical stores. And I found, under the leadership of my boss then, General Rutaji, over 100 doctors were at national medical stores, that state house parking full, ambulances parking, RDCs, cows waiting for drugs. And I said, what the hell is this? Because I looked at the mandate of national medical stores. So we had a quality management system audit where I was a secretary, and we said, it is possible to change this. So the GM Rutaji gave us the leverage and mandate as stores people and the procurement to make changes. And we said, we didn't have your WhatsApps, but we had a fax. So we said, can we receive all your orders on a fax on my desk? And can we board off all management vehicles? And we advanced loans for everybody who wanted a vehicle. So don't come to me for repairs of your vehicles, for fuel, for accidents, for burials. You have your vehicle. So it's possible in this country to change. I have come with a guzzler here. We can change from guzzlers to to public transport. That's what we do when you go out. And you will save a lot of money. Those are reforms we should be talking about. By receiving, I'm sorry if I sound like I'm making you jobless. We refused cows, doctors, ambulances, RDCs to stay in Entebbe in lodges and get allowances with their escorts and drivers and vehicles, and ambulance supposed to be in Nakapiripit, but it came on Thursday, drugs are not ready and waiting on Tuesday. We sent them home. We just procured a few trailers and pull, and we said the first trailer which leaves here will go to Kisoro, through Mpigi, Masaka, up to the end. The other one goes to Busenyika, Enormous changes, a lot of savings. Everybody is at work using just a fax. We are in information age. We are digitalized. How much e-procurement are we doing? So, reforms are possible, and they are good. Yes, are you happy that Uganda is procuring the most expensive infrastructure? That Entebbe Express Highway is the most expensive in Africa? That Ujagal is the most expensive in the world? And we are a procurement profession? That is not acceptable. That's not acceptable. So we should really start thinking of doing things differently. Let's have a paradigm shift. You are lucky I was not on the side of the Lucina Chove for restructuring. I would have come with a very radical mergers, restructuring, and rationalization. Because I've been in private sector, I've been in government sector. The taxes are not forthcoming, and we are increasingly in debt. We have a vision 2040 to deliver, but doing business the way we are doing it, it is not possible. Have I used a very controversial approach? Yeah, it is deliberate. I intended it. I wanted to provoke you. I don't want you to wake up tomorrow and you don't have a job, because it's possible. So if you take the advice I'm giving you, seriously think of becoming a national construction company, not a procurement supervisor. You would be more relevant than the army. People start complaining. Why is SFC doing roads? So what do? You have created a vacuum. So I really want to request that, understanding that the PPDA, as it was, by the way, the Crown agents and the consultants who worked on PPDA are even, I'm the one who received them in the country, I'm the one who took them to the hotel, because I was also a travel agent, I was also, I may have even made some money out of it. But I, as somebody who is politically aware and with ideological clarity, I knew we had a problem. So, can we now, PPDA, make serious reforms to inform force account? You can do outsourcing from Ugandan engineers. You can do outsourcing with professionals. When Kinyara was, Bukatet was exiting, they were supposed to give 10 shares to managers of Uganda. Umeme has been managed by Ugandan managers. Did you still see any Muzungu there? So we have the capacity. So this bankruptcy of mind of thinking everything has to be foreign is wrong. And this reminds me of the president's debate with my Kasita friends. For the 10 years after campus, I was very much in charge of exports and imports. We found Mukwano as importer. Mukwano died. A manufacturer. It is possible. So we cannot continue speaking, promoting imports. Those big houses my Kwagalana friends are having could be industries. That's where we have, if we are going to get solution for Gen Zs. And that reminds me, I hear of a China market, which flooded. It's a confirmation. It's a sign qua non that we are not doing an effort to make things at home. That people flooded and almost died there in congestion. So it means there is a market. I've been having a debate with oil and gas people. They are moving very fast to do an ECOP. An ECOP is a mode of transport. I'm a logistics expert. It's not an industry. A refinery is what we want for value addition to create jobs here in that empty 30 square miles. But a lot of effort is on pipeline. And the good airport is empty. So really, I thought writing about what I know in procurement, supply chain, and logistics is not enough. I also came, as I conclude, when I came in 92, I also found procurement was separated from supply chain and logistics. You are lucky you have joined industry today. Government imports would come to Kampala and are stored by somebody. You later hire vehicle, you pay stores, you hire somebody to deliver. But we knew. And the repeat was done at COVID. Money is released, you procure. After 1 year, another phase of, they call it phase of the COVID. And it's, yes, we procured the MRIs, the ICU equipment, but still in store. Procurement, logistics, and supply chain should have an destination end mile delivery. So that this MRI is in Gulu, is in Arua, is in Kavale. But for government to expend storage, to expend on extra delivery, let alone the timeliness, losing the 1 year after the deliveries were in Kampala. We must condemn such corrupt tendencies, but they are unprofessional and ethical procurement practices. And I'm happy my NMS said no. I was there before Minister of Finance. We didn't do the procurement. Ask those who did it in the Ministry of Health. Because I would be very annoyed with National Medical Stores if they procured to keep in Kampala when people are dying. And we know you can get a very good price when you quote CIF destination. I look forward, I hope this is the beginning of engaging my procurement experts and colleagues. The times are not very good for us. We can't continue doing business as usual. We have choked into debt, and my radar tells me a lot of these problems are procurement related, and a lot of answers can be from procurement. I want to tell you, it is possible in this country to have stationary, common use items like computer assembled in Uganda, supplying the East African market. Practice makes perfect. We can start with something inferior, we continue. You know, import substitution is a launch pad. By the end of the day, you do an export promotion. So export promotion to the greater African market will come when you have started by using your own uniforms, your own shoes, your own computers, your own stationery. So if you hear tomorrow, there are more voices talking about going back to central procurement, bulk purchase, common user items, please don't complain. I hope next time we shall hear more from the private sector procurement experts. What is the practice there?
Thank you very
very good stories. I want to thank you so much for this very important summit. I hope I've not annoyed anybody. If I have, it is intentional. Please, from here, you go and start thinking aloud. Because what you are hearing now in cabinet and in parliament is not a complete dose of mergers, rationalization, and restructuring. It could come to your MDAs. My purchasing officers in districts, you know you don't have money. Do you? So some of those jobs may not be there in future. You know, sometimes it's forewarned. It's better to be forewarned than not knowing. So we really need to also multitask. What happens today if you wake up and your job has been rationalized? So I also want to prepare you for that. Because we have looked at what other countries have done. You go to Zambia and you see the reforms taking place. Tanzania has done some reforms. So I don't want us to be in slumber, in comfort zone. Let's take to listen more from the private sector. Government is not, the bigger part of the economy is the private sector. Government is only an enabler. I also look forward to my procurement practitioners to become employers, to become not just casita to stop importing, but I can see you have capacity to become job creators in the very areas you're doing, and you create more jobs. Otherwise, the Gen Zs will not allow us to live in comfort when they don't even have what to eat.
Thank you, Chair.
It's possible to employ them. It's possible to have a good future. I want to thank you so much for this invitation. I look forward to the engagement. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. I think you've heard it all. Honorable, has so much on we can't do business as usual if we are to attain the 10-fold growth that the PS talked about in the NDP4. So we take your observation and comments in good faith. I don't think there's anything to add on that. In the interest of time, I know we have overshot our time. Members, you have to really forgive us for overshooting the time. I request that whoever has a question, we shall have one session, MC. But before we end this morning session, I know we've already overshot by about 30 minutes. But before we leave this podium, I want to take this opportunity to thank the council, IPPU Council. Thank you, Doctor, and your team for the great job you've done. I want to thank the Minister of Finance. We have the Representative Accountant General, the Commissioner is here. Thank you. All the participants, the sponsors, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for sponsoring this event. The participants for leaving your busy schedule to come and attend this forum. But before we leave this podium, I also want to make an announcement. One announcement that next week, those who are in government, next week Accountant General has a quarterly sensitizational engagement. We have a discussion on SPP. Maybe for those who are not aware, we normally have weekly engagements, virtual. Maybe for the sake of PS and others, I head the SPP Secretariat, and we've put in place weekly engagements, normally virtual. They're normally Tuesday and Thursday, and that's where we share information about SPP. Some of these people, I don't know how, by show of hands, how many of you have attended these sessions? By show of hands, the SPP discussions. Yes, some people are aware, but before we end this session, definitely the day, we shall share with you the details. It's free information, but we're also working as a ministry to come up with an electronic management system. This was funded by World Bank. We've worked with the CIDA. I want to recognize the presence of Mr. Abraham Kata. Can you, by show, just stand up for recognition. He's unnailed and procurement, one of the seniors in procurement. He used to deliver, he was the one delivering the CIDA program on SPP. We are doing a lot under SPP, and a lot will be done differently. We shall be sharing with you more information on what is going on. And at this juncture, let me ask you to just give an approach to the team here. I want to thank the team, my team, for the time they've given. I know we've overshot. We should have had more discussion, but For the sake of managing time, I beg that we stop here. Have a nice lunch and a nice day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the MC.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, the moderator and the panelists, for such a beautiful discussion. If you have a question, we request that you keep it for the next session. We shall allow you time to ask your question before we resume the next session. We are time barred. We want to release you for the next. Come again? Thank you. I've been requested that people be allowed to ask at least a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 3 questions. So if you have a question, feel free to raise up your hand and pose the question. Yeah, we fear you. Some of the panelists might go away before lunch. They are busy people. So we want to open this for the audience, please. If you have a question that is related to... No, we are not chasing you. Just a minute. Okay. Just be brief, to the point, and raise the question. Thank you. Can we have another question?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Mine is more of a clarification or a comment in respect to Honorable Kitale from MPA. Honorable, I thank you for the insights provided. I want to clarify one thing. soon should have actually out to tell us which items should we have as candidates for collaborative procurement. So before you think of that radical decision, as planners, engage us. But as I said, we want to offer ourselves to engage you before that decision is taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lawrence?
Thank you. My name is Lawrence Male. I work with Bank of Uganda and I'm a council member of IPPU. I want to thank the PS for the detailed keynote address you made. I also want to thank the EDA PPDA for the remarks. I have just one question, and I know we have the right people around to address this, the PPDA Director and the PS, Ministry of Gender. It is to do with implementation of the guidelines for reservation. You have instructed us to have our procurement plans indicating areas for reservation, more especially for the special interest groups. We have done that for this financial year procurement plan. They are listed, but we don't have the registered providers. How are we going to deal with this? You have instructed that the procurement plans indicate the categories of goods and services that have to be handled by those groups, and the guidelines are in effect, but we do not have the registered providers. Can we have timelines on this? Is it going to happen this financial year, or we need to know? Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. I need a question from a lady. I want to do what is called gender balance. I want to balance. Can I have a question from a lady? Any lady who has a question? Okay, anybody who has another question? Okay, let me give the panel time to respond to this.
Thank you so much. I hope I was categorically clear. I did not make an NPA presentation. I'm speaking as a citizen. I'm speaking as a procurement supply chain logistics practitioner. I'm speaking as a judge worried about the Gen Zs. So this is not NPA position. But I have told you 10 years ago, we made a proposal as President's Advisory Committee on Budget for NRM that immediately we should do rationalization, restructuring, and mergers. So the dose you've seen, I don't think it's even 10% of what some of us thought would have helped. But just in case I sounded like I was annoying you, I just want to tell you there is more money in the private sector than working for government. I spent 15 years in parliament. I lost a lot of business. Even when I left parliament with debts, it is my family farm, F-I-M and F-A-R, which has paid my debts and is making me look less stressed than those in parliament. So some of these government offices are just stress. You will create more jobs if you go back home. Don't go with a gasola. Go with a tractor. Go with some cottage industry. You will create more jobs. And you don't have... I'm trying to take away these people thinking if I leave government, I'm done. Because I'm now rationalizing. I'm subsuming population count. People are under stress. I'm leaving government. Where will I go? The richest people in this country are not in government. They are in private sector. PPDA, just one thing. What's the percentage of imports in your government supply? That would help us how much jobs we are creating or how much unemployment we are creating.
So for me, our concern is externalization of our profits, capital flight, foreign businesses, because we have foreign banks, foreign insurance companies, telecoms making money, foreign oil companies. Then what do we remain with at home? Everybody should be concerned. Finally, I did propose 48% low content in oil and gas. I don't see it. Because if you're going to invest $20 billion in 5 years and you don't take the 48%, that also means a problem. So the issue of low content, can we define what is low content? Because low content can be an industrial policy. Low content can be used to industrialize. Low content can be used to transform. So the growth we are talking of, without inclusion and participation of citizens, it becomes a leakage. So you will say 20 years of economic growth, but does not permeate, trickle down, and percolate into the well-being of citizens. That's what we are looking for. Me, I'm just discussing the bigger picture. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for that response. May I request the Executive Director? Okay, first, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, to respond to the questions that are directed to him. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there were basically two, one of which we need to share with the ED. The issue of harmonizing strategies in the disposal of plastics or dangerous materials. And I did, I think, make mention in my presentation about the legal framework for dealing with that kind of challenge to our environment. The National Environment Management Act identifies the lead agency in matters of environmental management and protection. There are regulations, and I think NEMA has tried. But as you know, the nature of our society, unlike many other societies, it takes quite some time to ensure compliance. You saw the debate over the destruction of structures in the wetlands around Lubiji, which threatened to boil into a political issue. But it was a question of compliance. It was a question of securing planet Earth. And the same applies as far as plastics are concerned. I think they've gone to the depth of providing standards for how we should really determine what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. There are countries around us where enforcement, I think, has gone a little smoothly. I one time traveled to Rwanda. Rwanda is one country where they say Uganda has the brains to formulate policies, and they are implemented by our neighbors. They don't invest much in the process of generating some of these ideas. The ideas are generated here, but because of the nature of our society, implementation either takes longer or delays, and neighbors are saved the cost of having to pay consultants to generate some of these ideas. So in Rwanda, I found, even at the airport, when you are buying anything, they pack for you in paper bags. And that was in a bid to make sure that there is enforcement. So we need to back NEMA, but NEMA, of course, works with all of us. And I talked of some of the subsidiary legislation, which, for example, sit within our own ministry on matters like occupational safety and health, dealing with dangerous materials, equipment at the place of work, protection of the workers. So it is really a multi-sectoral intervention. But the lead agency, the legal framework, the policies are in place and sit with NEMA. I think the second one was on the challenge of using child labor, children, in, say, this mining, in materials, producing materials that are produced with sand. I think that too, there is enough legal framework, policy framework in place. We have, under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, we have a policy, a national child policy, which is dated 2000. Just as I was getting into that ministry, they were unveiling a revised national child policy, which focuses on protection of children, nurturing children. But also the National Employment Act and regulations. They define clearly who is employable and who should not be employed. But many times, as I said, in Uganda, there's a thin line between a child who is contributing to household work and one who is gainfully employed. But the people you are talking about who are involved in the mining of sand, in producing, using that kind of product, some of them are actually involved in what they call child labor. So the National Employment Act, the regulations are clear. There is a framework on trafficking in persons. Children are trafficked for purposes of engaging them in labor. One of the other problems we've discovered, the street children you see here, who are ferried from, especially in the Park district of Karamoja, are brought in and used to do things that ordinarily tantamount to child labor, to trafficking in persons. That framework is in place. We have even a national action plan on the protection of children and our ministry. We are signatories at international level. That's why I was making reference to the the Committee on Labor Standards. And under that, Uganda signed a convention on the minimum age of entry into work. And it is under that convention that they are holding us to account at international level. So clearly, the issue is not absence of the required framework or deterrence. I think the issue is how we are dealing with this and the effectiveness of the institutional arrangement that we have in place to enforce compliance. You are trusting at the subnational level, the local governments. You have labor officers at that level who should be enforcing compliance, who should be inspecting workplaces. You have the social probation and welfare officers who should be chasing around these people. But many times there's a lot of lethargy, which ultimately leads to the kind of situation we find ourselves in. And we now face a looming threat of being sanctioned internationally if we can't put our own house in order and keep our children and give them an opportunity to grow and live. Others out there are noticing. Then finally was the issue of the implementation guidelines as far as the reservation scheme is concerned, which identifies those registered providers or associations of women, of youth, of persons with disabilities. I would say that this is work in progress. The guidelines were signed off in March of this year, by which time even the budget process and all these processes were long ahead. I think it is only, was it in August, when we were invited at PPDA with representatives of these groups for PPDA to help unpack further the commissioning of these guidelines and kind of flagging off these beneficiaries of these reservation schemes. So I think work begins, and it will have to continue almost throughout this financial year and beyond. You may not easily get a list of those providers, those that are already registered and can tap into the opportunity, yes. Those that are not, we need massive education, rollout, help them to understand. But as we roll out the caution I was making, we must also help them to understand that in doing business, they must have in mind the requirement of sustainable development, of sustainable public procurement. So we'll combine that task as we continue building the awareness of these people who should benefit from the reservation schemes. But I cannot hazard to say that I have hands on a clear list of registered providers who are ready to start by March 30th, when the reservation scheme guidelines were signed. Over to PPDA.
Okay, thank you, PS. Let me start with where you have stopped. And Mr. Murray, I think we need to be very positive in advocating for the implementation of these guidelines. Honorable has already told us the situation we are in terms of really the supporting the foreign industry other than our local industry. So in this, one, what I would have expected entities to have done at this point, you qualify providers. You go through a pre-qualification process. It's like when you are looking for stationary providers, you have always put your items. We need qualified providers for these items. Now, condition also to qualify special interest groups. That is one source. But also at PPDA, we had some discussions with the National Youth Council, even the Minister for Youth, Minister of State for Youth, is popularizing this. And the message is that they come and register on the EGP, because there are entities who are already on the electronic government procurement portal, and they need to pick from that. They are simplified document. So the message is really to support them to register. And if you can put even an advert, if you don't have a registered provider, you can even advertise. You say, these lists of our items in the Bank of Uganda are for the youth, please apply, and these are the requirements. You can advertise. No one will stop you from, as long as the attitude, the support is within you who are practitioners. The other thing I want to add on Aguri's comment on Mr. Wasini Ankata's question on child labor. Under local content, Honorable, we have even what we call turnkey projects. And we have come up with thresholds. For example, roads. Up to 45 billion Uganda shillings. We don't need to say a foreigner there. So if it is a turnkey project like this building, it is 15 billion shillings. The local inputs that go into this construction must be procured locally. We have gone further, now to your question, to say that the standard bidding documents that entities use must include ESHS, environment, health, safety, and social safeguards. So how have we addressed social safeguards in this bidding document? These social safeguards should actually save even the source of materials. You want to use sand, definitely you are going to use sand, you are going to use aggregate. Where are you sourcing it, and what are social safeguards from the source? So I think that is, now it is the enforcement and the competence levels of
all cadres that are in the procurement process. How do we bring out all these? It is a capacity building issue, then the response by the contractors, and then enforcing implementation or enforcing monitoring and implementation of these ESHS provisions, because they are even budgeted now. We are saying they must be in the budget. They must be monitored. We even have conditioned it to have a performance guarantee. If you breach one of these, you lose your performance guarantee. So I think we are going there. It is work in progress, as the PS said, but we will eventually reach, because when we talk about local content in terms of contractors, the contracting arrangement of works, goods, and services, the thresholds are clear. We have also said, where do you buy these materials? If you are a foreigner who has won a contract outside these thresholds, you must buy them locally. So that table, the template which says source of materials, if it is above 45 billion, for example, roads, they must indicate where they are buying inputs for that project. And I believe this will improve. But in addition, if it is a foreign company, they must subcontract 30%, a minimum of 30%, for purposes of building the capacity of our local providers, so that tomorrow they can even compete with foreign providers. Yeah. I think that is it. That will help in what you have said, capital flight and import substitution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benson Turamye, the Executive Director, PPDA. Thank you for providing that clarity. Colleagues, at this juncture, we want to go and have some lunch and relax. Lunch will take us 1 hour from now. There are 2 restaurants. We have the Kibbs restaurant down the other side. Then we have the Ngeye restaurant, which is a floor down. So Julius from IPPU will issue out coupons to each one. Please do not go to line up without receiving a coupon. So Julius and the team will issue out coupons to everyone. Then we can go have our lunch. As we have the lunch, it's also time to network. You are advised to meet a friend or 2 or 3 or even 5 from other entities and compare notes. Maybe there are other areas which you need to strengthen in the way you do your things in your procuring and disposing entity. So this is an opportunity for you to network, to make friends, and be able to compare notes. So I thank you very much. Julius, the coupons will be issued at the exit gates. There are 3 exits, so Julius will manage. I hear some have already been distributed, so feel free to go for lunch, and let's convene exactly after 1 hour. I thank you so much. The Ministry of Finance has a table behind, opposite the registration table. They are giving you a copy of the compendium and a copy of the Procurement Policy 2019. As you come back from lunch, make use of that table and pick a copy of the compendium and a copy of the Public Procurement Policy. Thank you.
The Ministry of Finance and Economic Development has the overall responsibility for public sector procurement, which includes direct responsibilities for developing and implementing public procurement policies and procedures with regard to public expenditure.
At the government level, procurement is so important because on average, 60% of the national budget is channeled through public sector procurement.
Launched in 2019, the National Public Sector Procurement Policy, which aims at improving public procurement, provides strategic direction for the procurement function through a defined policy framework.
One of the policy intent is to make procurement as a social and economic environmental tool.
The policy specifies sustainable procurement, a procurement system that emphasizes inclusion of socio-economic and environmental sustainable aspects.
As government, we are very, very, very sensitive about protection of the environment. We must plan ahead of the climate change and its consequences. And in so doing, in our regulations, we have put requirements that environmental aspects things to do with environmental impact assessment, things to do with managing the consequences of the impact of certain interventions, like in the road sector and the other construction works. We have made arrangements and rules in the regulations to take care of that.
The Public Procurement and Disposal Authority is a government body under the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, responsible for developing guidelines and ensuring implementation of sustainable procurement policy.
In our role as PPDA, we must ensure that these standard bidding documents, provisions have been put so that the bidders even bid for these areas of environment, safety, social, and health.
We want to make sure that the procurements we make in this country do not destroy our environment.
KCCA is one of the government entities that has taken the lead in implementing the sustainable procurement policy.
The impact our activities have on the environment. For example, we need maram. When we go and excavate and we only leave the area excavated, we are leaving the environment is degraded. So it is critical that when we incorporate the issue of sustainability, we must make sure those bore pits are restored to natural environment.
Approximately 1.9 billion hectares of Uganda is forested, accounting for 10%, having shrunk from 45% in 1890. Uganda, like many countries in the world, is obliged to move towards sustainable forest management goals. Forest Stewardship Council, a global organization that emphasizes responsible forest management, is promoting forest certification, and the component of sustainable procurement is embedded therein.
We have what we call forest management certification, but we also have what we call chain of custody certification, whereby the product which comes from such a forest should be traceable up to the consumer.
Energy and mineral development. The ministry mandated to manage utilization of energy and mineral resources for development of Uganda. It sources out and contracts companies to construct power infrastructure and develops policies that guide construction and utilization of power generated from such energy infrastructure. It has been proven that Uganda holds 2.5 billion barrels of oil reserves. This discovery attracted investment interest in the country's oil sector, specifically in the area of exploration and extraction. And in both processes, sustainable procurement is critically considered. From the 1960s, Mulago Hospital has been the center of excellence for patient care, training doctors, and research. The super specialized services in various disciplines are backed by state-of-the-art equipment in medicine that take care of thousands of patients that come to seek specialized treatment at the facility. This equipment is acquired through a meticulous procurement process focusing on sustainability. The Atomic Energy Council, a corporate body that deals in regulating peaceful applications and managing of ionizing radiation. To ensure safety, the agency set up stringent guidelines to be followed for procurement and use of equipment that contains radioactive elements. Equipment such as X-ray machines, CT scan, but most importantly, the Cobalt-60 machine used in chemotherapy treatment for cancer patients.
When you are going to procure and you notify us, we tell you that you must procure the equipment that conforms to these standards. Now, those devices, the regulations say that upon use, you must return them to where you bought them from.
An aerial view of Luwero Industries, one of the manufacturing complexes of National Enterprise Corporation, the production arm of Uganda People's Defense Forces. It outsources and procures raw materials to manufacture a variety of products for the army, government, and general public. NEC recognizes the importance of sustainable procurement and has comprehensively embraced the policy. Apart from manufacturing arms and ammunition, the corporation also produces explosives for mining and construction purposes and follows up to ensure their safe use. The adoption of sustainable procurement policy demonstrates Uganda government's commitment to implementation of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, specifically Goal number 12, hence fulfillment of Uganda's obligation to ensuring creation of a better, fairer world.
on my immediate right here, the jolly lady in green, Musoke Muterie Mungaro. Clap for her before. She's Immaculate Asimwe. Immaculate works at Ministry of Finance. Next to her is Mr. David Amolo. Amolo represents the local government cadres at the council. And next to Mr. David Amolo is Madame Rebecca Masajage. Rebecca works at PPDA. And next to her, is Madame Susan Bakehemura Kamazma. Did I do something? She's married to a man. Thank you very, very much, Council. You may take your seats. At this juncture, let me call upon Mr. Robert Ochiraje to take us through this afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. Colleagues, I want to give a guideline regarding the Uganda Airlines raffle. We have a total of 3 tickets to be won. 1 ticket is for the IPPU Council, and 2 tickets are for you and me. So get ready. So how do we do this? Pluck out a piece of paper from the booklet, the IPPU booklet, handed to you. Write in your names, or your name in full. Write your email address, your telephone contact, and the entity that you work for. Should I repeat? Pluck out a piece of paper, write in your name, your email address, telephone contact, and the entity that you work for. If you work for National Planning Authority, you say, I am a member of the procurement team, National Planning Authority. If you are the head PDU, say I'm head PDU, National Planning Authority. After that, you are requested to fold the paper twice. You fold once, like this. This is once. Then you fold again, such that it does not reveal details before you are selected. Also, people who are doing the raffle should not choose their friends. The names should be concealed. Are we together? I thank you for listening. Is there anybody who needs me to repeat? Somebody is coming, somebody from Uganda Airlines is going to come with a basket to collect all that you have written. So keep it safe. At the end of this, at the end of today, you will receive a ticket from Uganda Airlines, or you'll receive an assurance. So be patient with it, fold it, keep it on your table. Thank you. Now, we are now going to the next session. I want to invite Dr. Levi Kabagambe. He is replacing Professor Moses Mwezi, who has other commitments and is not able to come here. So Dr. Levi Kabagambe will be the moderator of the next session. I also want to invite our keynote presenter, Ms. Florence Nacheine, the project manager of electronic government procurement. Kindly come forward. Clap for them, clap for the panelists as they come. I want to introduce Ms. Doreen Akatuhera, the Deputy Director Procurement of the KCCA. May you clap for her as she comes forward. I also would like to invite Mr. Mageni Arnold from NITA Uganda. He will be representing Mr. Hatwib Mugasa, the Executive Director, NITA U. So Arnold, please, may you come forward. Clap for Arnold as he comes. Without any further ado, I want to hand over to the moderator, who is none other than Dr. Levi Kawagambe, to take over, to take us through the next session. Prepare your questions and your questions. You will be given opportunity to ask a few questions before the session comes to an end. I thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You saw me trying to dialogue with the panelists. There is nothing private. We are just recognizing that we do not have time. And we do not want to drag you any longer, because the other very last item, which is cocktail and networking, I promised people that the purpose of this summit is to interact. We don't want to avoid that, right? We shall also provide you with a moment to put your comments or even a question or two. So we want to reserve some moment. That was what we were trying to do here. I want to welcome the panelists. Foremost, Florence Nacheyune. Florence Nacheyune is the project manager, EGP, and she's no stranger to many of you. So you're welcome, Florence. In your program, you have Dr. Hatwib Mugasa, Executive Director, NITA U. He is being represented ably by Arnold Mangeni, who is the Director Information Security at NITA U. Welcome, Mr. Mangeni, as well. We also have Ms. Doreen Akatwera, Deputy Director Procurement at KCCA. Welcome, your own Doreen. So this session is supposed to be adequately hot, because partly its business has been touched here and there. Actually, the minister was surprised that one of the challenges we have is inefficiency, that procurement is seemingly taking long to be delivered. And his question was, what happened to EGP? What's wrong with EGP? To him, it is done. And on that note, I want to invite Florence. We have agreed with Florence that it will take 20 minutes. So please don't interrupt her when she's flowing. Reserve that question, comment when we invite the same. Thank you, Florence. You can take up. Wherever you want to be. Thank you.
in procurement and supply chain management is concerned, what challenges are introduced by deployment of technology, what are the critical success factors for technology to create the impact needed, and I will be closing. So there are key words within the theme that I've been asked to talk about that I thought would just review so that the discussion can become more meaningful to us. Of course, there's procurement, which is defined as the purchase of goods, works, and services that enable an organization to perform its operations. We have supply chain management, which looks at a business's entire production flow from the time they are sourcing for the raw materials to the time that they are delivering a finished product. So you're probably asking, what is the correlation between the two? Procurement is a branch of supply chain management. Why? Whereas procurement objective is to acquire the inputs you need to run your business operations, supply chain management simply deals with the transformation of those inputs into finished products for delivery. Let's look at transparency. People talk about transparency. What is transparency? We are referring to a situation in which business and financial activities are done in an open way without secrets, so that the stakeholders can trust that they are fair and honest. Now, there are key words there. Open way, without secrets, trust, fair, and honest. However, when we're talking about transparency, we cannot forget that we have to strike a balance between what it is you need to know to do what you must do. Not all information is accessible to everybody. And we are saying, what does transparency do? Transparency serves as a crucial tool for mitigating issues like fraud, corruption, non-compliance. The institutions get to safeguard their reputation and financial stability. There is, of course, the collaboration therein. It does not only enhance negotiation, but also drives improvement in product quality and encourages innovation. Why? Because when people have the information they have, then they get to make accurate and timely and informed decisions. When we are looking at efficiency, which we are defining as working well in an organized way without wasting time and energy, what we are directly trying to say is that efficiency has a cost implication on an organization's operations. How does it have that? Because, you know, when you're not efficient, that means you take longer to take decisions. That means the purchasing will take longer. That means you cannot nurture strong relationships with suppliers. In fact, one of the issues that probably our suppliers have with our procurement processes, and that is causing a lot of maybe turmoil between us and them, is really because of the impact that inefficiency has on them. Factoring in, of course, the cost of funding in this country. Now, we're saying that through streamlined processes, organizations can achieve cost savings, enhancing their financial health and competitiveness in the markets. So let's look at technology. When we're talking about technology, what do we refer to? We are just referring to methods, systems, and devices that are a result of scientific knowledge being used for practical purposes. It is important for us to know that technology is no longer an issue of should we have it or should we not have it, because it has evolved. First and foremost, all of us know about the internet. When we're defining the internet, it is really a collection of interconnected devices. The benefits that the internet provides in procurement and supply chain management is access to analytical data. Now, you will know that when you have access to analytical data, you're able to take timely decisions. You're able to know the areas for correction. You're able to know what it is that is being done. You're also able to hold people accountable. Now, I don't know if you know that there's a projection that by 2025, we are going to have over 21 billion connected devices. The question is, what are we using those devices for? All right? Because procurement or supply chain management is business as usual. It happens from the highest to the lowest. We have data machine learning, we have AI. Lately, people like talking about ChatGPT. You see people running to ChatGPT for everything. Someone writes a very good document, only for you to go and check and find the entire script is in ChatGPT. That's because of procurement, rather technology. Of course, we have e-procurement and digitization. You know what e-procurement does, because we've talked about this for the longest possible. There's a gentleman called Jeff Bezos. I don't know if you know or have heard about him. Jeff is the founder of Amazon. At least I know that we all know Amazon. In 2013, he projected that in the next 5 years, deliveries would be done by drones. Okay? And the only thing that has actually held back that development is the regulatory framework. But the good thing is that the Federation Aviation Administration, FAA, is in charge of regulating civil aviation in the United States, but also takes care of the transportation area, has given them the green light. So right now they are in experimenting. What does that mean? With technology, maybe we don't need to wait for the huge trucks to come. With technology, we don't have to worry about the sea or anything else. That means we are able to use technology to deliver. Okay? Of course, warehouses have automated, but most importantly, there's what we call the leader and driverless. Leader is abbreviated as light detection and ranging. What that does is that it senses, it's used to examine the surface of the earth. How is that going to help? I don't know if some of you have seen cars lately being, you'll see a car driving with no driver. I'm sure you've seen some of those on social media. So that is the direction we are going. And the question is, should we continue to hold back, have the inefficiencies in procurement and supply chain management because we're short of drivers, we're short of staff, we don't have people or cars to move items from point A to point B. That is why we are looking at leader and driverless technology. I mean, can you be able to put items in a car and the car goes to the destination just using that technology to deliver items? I put that question there because I'm sure some of you are already holding your heads and saying, first stop, either you're confusing us or we are not understanding what you are saying. There's a gentleman, he's called Dr. Randy Bradley, University of Tennessee. He said, studies have shown that we have no trouble taking advice from a device rather than a person. And that is very true. Time and again, you'll find that you'll have a resource who will come and give you statistics of a report. You might not necessarily believe it, but when you print the report from the system, you do believe it. So it is inevitable that technology and robotics are going to continue to augment the supply chain management. However, this should give you comfort. Still, even with that happening, we need experienced procurement and supply chain professionals. Look at this technology not as an avenue that is going to take your jobs away, but an avenue that is going to allow you to create time to take strategic decisions that should enhance procurement and supply chain management. Before I move to the impact of technology on efficiency and transparency, I thought I would just highlight the impact of inefficiency and lack of transparency on procurement. And I just put down about just 4 and 3. On inefficiency, of course, you know what the paper best does. We have delayed decision making, we have errors, we have delays, we don't have visibility, the operational costs are increasing. So I don't want to go through all of this because I know you know what inefficiency does to you. But when we look at transparency, of course, when we don't have data-driven decision making, then it makes it very impossible for us to take the right decisions in the right time. Okay? Again, with lack of transparency, you'll notice that business can actually come to a standstill. For the people who are in the business world, they will tell you that a number of ships actually still get to Mombasa and they're bounced back. Why? Because they don't have the original documents of the consignments they have. So when you realize that that is happening, what does it mean? That means that the supply chain is being affected. We are having redundancies there, we are having inefficiencies there, and as such, we might not definitely get the implications therein. But when we are talking about technology, what can technology do, or what is its impact on sorry. All right. Sorry. I wanted to look at the role of technology on transparency. I don't know why this slide keeps skipping. Yeah, right there. I think I've been able to. All right. So I was just summarizing the role of technology on efficiency and transparency. Now, of course, with technology, we get real-time data exchange. Hence, we are able to have visibility and we're able to get information access quickly. For those that use the EGP system, you will confess that the integration we have with the business registration system and the e-tax system gives you access to, you're able to validate the BRNs of the providers and you're able to validate their TIN numbers. Why? Because there's quick exchange of information. Again, technology is pivotal in responding to dynamic demands of modern markets. The market is changing. You'll have different demands coming in time and again. And it is also possible that you don't even know where to get it. But when you have access to technology, you can be able to locate where to find the different items that you have. It does help in inventory management. Time and again, you'll hear entities that are either overstocked or understocked. Then we have that emergency procurement. That happens. I don't know, but I'm sure that there are terms and conditions under which emergency procurement should actually happen. Of course, it contributes to supply chain sustainability. Why? By you being able to locate where different goods are, you're able to know what is next. And in that way still, you're able to fast track them to the point that the goods cannot get outdated beyond a given time, again, because of lack of information. I already talked about the integration, and I think let me just stop it at that because we're going to share this. Chair, I hope I'm still within time. 5 minutes. So, there are challenges that come with technology. First and foremost is that we keep talking about technology, technology, technology. One of the things that you must have, but before technology, there's this image. And I needed this image to speak to us because this is what inefficiency and lack of transparency is doing to us. The first two slides there are for the Gen Z that happened recently in Kenya. Yes, I know you're going to tell me it was about a finance bill, but what caused that finance bill to be raised? Money needed to be collected. Why was that money? Why was there a need to collect that money? That is because the debt is high and the government needs cannot be financed. And if we are not able to take note of that, that is where we are ending, ladies and gentlemen. For Uganda, we've even taken it a step forward. If you look at these ladies, in fact, today still Parliamentary Avenue is closed. I feel sorry for the people who have shops around that street, because I'm sure they still have to pay rent. They still have to get their goods in and out. But the street was closed, I think, about 2 weeks ago, for almost 2 weeks. Today they have closed it again. Why? Because we have some naked Ugandans who are demonstrating. But ladies and gentlemen, this is how far lack of efficiency and lack of transparency can get us if we don't watch out or if we don't take better decisions. So what am I saying? I'm saying there are challenges that come with this. There's need for substantial infrastructure investment. Of course, there's an ongoing concern for security. The learning curve can be slow and frustrating, but you need to be intentional on how you do it. There's resistance to change, which leads to non-compliance. And of course, inefficiency due to untimely support. And I definitely outlined the mitigation strategy. So critical for us to be able to use technology is top management support. This goes without saying. We need collaborative partnership. You see, collaborative partnership is not about one person being better than another. It is about how can we all work together to get this. We need skilled and sufficient technical support. We need comprehensive stakeholder engagement. We need professional development and training, and we need to have an enabling environment for innovation and creativity. I will close by saying, technologies hold transformative potential for supply chains, primarily by enhancing transparency and operational efficiency. The real-time, accurate, and actionable data provided by IoT devices drives better decision-making, reduces inefficiencies, improves compliance and collaboration across the supply chain network. And as such, technology is not just an option, but a strategic asset that can define the competitive edge of supply chain operations in the contemporary business environment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Florence, and I have known you for time management. I'm not surprised. You have donated 2 minutes to the next people to use. Thank you very much. Why I'm begging for the conclusion, it gives me the impetus for the next person to discuss something. Has it failed? Anyhow, it ended with a serious conclusion. Maybe I could have it here, if it is in the print. I want to pick it exactly. Florence has concluded, among other things in here, as such, technology is not an option, but a strategic asset that can define the competitive edge of supply chain operations in the contemporary business environment. It is a strategic asset. And at this point, I would want to invite Arnold from NITA-U to give us an insight into this question I'm posing. Is NITA-U ready to support procurement activities, procurement process? We don't want to bombard you with the jargons of procurement, but I just want really to say it. Do we have what it takes? It is an asset. Have we procured these assets? Do we have technology as an asset? You can use your tools, your things, how you call them. This audience wants to be assured whether NITA-U has got these assets, or in your understanding, Uganda is really ready to supply these vital assets to support procurement. Thank you, and you have very many minutes, up to 10 minutes, but feel free to use any under that if you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kabagambi. Indeed, transformation using technology requires a number of resources, which I can assure you we have within the country, both public and private sector. We largely would need hosting facilities, which we have within the private space and public space. But again, also we would need developers who we have. Universities have been churning out these resources. And there is a program at the ministry, which is a National ICT Initiative Support Program, which has been doing a lot to nurture this talent and harness them in a direction that enables them to do the transformation work that we would require. As NITA, we have been part of the conversations from the start, and we've been part of the teams that have been managing the process of transforming public procurement processes through a number of working groups that we've been part of, right from specifications to quality assurance of the system development, and to the current stage where we continuously take the system through a number of iterations to grow its functions, but again to harness the developments that we have in technology. You'll observe, as highlighted in the presentation from Florence, that the system is slowly getting rid of what used to be done manually by taking advantage of technology. Previously, submission of bids would require someone to print a bid document, then go to the institution and submit physically. But with the EGP, that can be done electronically. And of course, we are enhancing the system to support digital signing of documents to be able to deal with, to do away with the need to manually sign some of these documents. So we do have a lot that we have in plan, and the system will only get better with, of course, feedback from the various stakeholders, which will help us to continuously improve. Amongst emerging technologies we have artificial intelligence, which everyone keeps talking about in very many ways. Just imagine if you had a need for support on the EGP and you're able to just interact with the chatbot that has AI at the back. It will help you get the answer you want and make life very easy and meaningful. So our focus and purpose is end-to-end to make the process of submitting and everything to do with the procurement done or performed electronically or using technology to be able to harness on the efficiency and transparency that Florence talked about. So yes, we do have fully behind to support, and we aim to improve every day. Thank you very much.
Wow, wow, wow. That is Nita you speaking. For those who have been scratched by Nita you, at the appropriate time, please, you could make your comment. Arnold is a director at NITAU, so is speaking from the heart. Colleagues, this is not an academic session. We are privileged to have Doreen as well. To Doreen, I would want to invite her to show how KCCA is leveraging technology in conducting her procurements. Is this thing working? Technology, you know, when Florence is talking about technology, you don't want her to stop. She enjoys it. But is it working at KCCA? Tell us what is working technology-wise. Perhaps you could also highlight what is yet to work and what, in your view, needs to be done for it to fully leverage these technologies. After all, NITAU is here, our own Florence is here. You just speak it, they pick it. If they are rebutting, they have the microphone. In case they are also going home to consult, they will walk away and go home. So Doreen, I am inviting you to make your submission.
Thank you, Doctor. Our moderator. Actually, this is to really confirm what my colleague Florence has talked about, that with technology, we should be able to address most of our challenges. And my moderator is asking, how have KCCA leveraged on technology? Members, technology, we are now talking broadly, both internet-provided technology platforms and the ones that are really built or systems that are done within the institution. I would want to share that really of recent, we don't have to build too much database. For example, when you are doing market assessment, you can be able to go on internet and search availability of any item and the likely cost. Then you can build your internal database if we are to talk about establishing prices and products. People post information on their websites, development partners, suppliers, so you'll be able even to reach the best specs or scope of work through technology. Then internal at KCCA, for example, we have a system that was built called ECT. ECT is a system that we are using to do revenue correction. I'm speaking broadly. From the institution point of view, I will reach up to procurement operations. ECT helps us in procurement. If we invite any bidder, they don't have to really come and walk to KCCA to do. They can be assessed online and they make payment, then they submit their receipts and we issue bid documents. That is one of the benefits that we've used to leverage procurement using technology. Then when it comes to EGP, this one I don't have to mention. As I was seated there, I was allocating work. I was approving some evaluation reports going to contracts committee. That is really very spot on, efficient, and on time. Then when it comes to, you know, procurement is really, it used to be too much paperwork. As KCCA, we've been a piloting entity for now 3 years. Yes, we can testify that we've left the environment where we would be swallowed by books and documents. Now our offices are full of plants and flowers because of EGP. My team can testify to that effect. So with technology, the thing is, let's go E, if it is possible. My moderator asked if I have anything I can comment to make it better. Florence, can you help us and make EGP end to end? We are still having a challenge where we work, we reach in the middle, we have to get out and draft contracts outside EGP, then submit to Attorney General, approve, give approval, then go back to EGP and upload the framework contracts to allow me tomorrow issue call of orders. Can we have EGP end to end? Then another benefit that we've really had, we are able to attract global market because of technology. This is through, for example, PPDA tender portal. When we run an advert, we run it on our website, we put it on PPDA tender portal, we even put it on some of the development partners' website, the digital markets and all those. We are able to get or promote competition and get best value and latest technology, even for those that we are not aware of. I think I don't have to talk much beyond this since you gave me very short time. I will conclude by saying the way to go is E. However, the system downtimes are also a challenge. Either Anita, you or Minister of Finance come to our rescue. Then, these technologies are also run or operated by individuals. We are still having issues of very busy accounting officers and some heads of departments. They can be off for days and they don't want to, for example, delegate, or they don't want to keep disrupted on their phones, or maybe they don't have smartphones that can support these programs or systems. So we still experience such challenges, and I think the solution is to keep on reminding, sensitizing, and get out of your chairs and reach out to those accounting officers that are very busy, such that they can always approve on time. Then there is also still power struggle among the users of EGP. You know the red tape that has been in government. You'll find an institution where a directorate or a department has a director, deputy director, admin, then deputy director training and all those. Each of those wants to be seen approving. So we need to sensitize people and tell them the benefits or the reasons why we brought in these technologies, and to tell them to give up on some of those egos. So I have seen it, not necessarily in KCCA, but it is happening elsewhere, especially in institutions where we have to get approvals. You find an officer has finished a letter, it has to go through the manager, the director, then up to a certain level before you get such approvals. Those are my submissions. Thank you.
Wow. I think Doreen never worry. When I change questions, I'm changing them from 2 points. One, Doreen, you know how you were my student and how I used to refer to you as one of the brightest. So some of these questions I've set them from here, and he has managed to convince me, the setter. Thank you, Doreen. But Doreen raises equally some challenges. I will ask Florence to just attempt to comfort people on the issue of end to end. It is emerging. You say what you can at the circumstance. And I will also invite Nita, this thing of system downtime, whether it is yours, and Doreen was clear, was not even sure where to allocate it. Is it in Nita? Is it in Ministry of Finance? Is it where? Let me allocate it to Nita for now. You see how to deal with it. But Florence first, what is this end to end? People are jumping on system, or then offline, in online, offline. They may forget to come back. So just give us your assurance.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Doreen. By the way, I must say she's one of the strongest EGP champions in the procurement fraternity. And that goes to speak for her performance. Doreen will break a table if she needs to break a table to get that system to work. So I think it explains her performance and the feel she has received from it. So yes, the end-to-end, I must acknowledge that the version 1 of the system that we did develop did not have some functionality. For example, the Solicitor General functionality. What we had put there, when we went to Solicitor General's office and we actually met the Attorney General, he gave us a whole new list of requirements. So management took a decision that through the system upgrade that we are working on and we're still supposed to do, we would incorporate that functionality there. And that's not just the only functionality. We also have the development partner functionality. You all know that the development partners had stopped us from uploading any of their procurements on that portal until such a time as when they will assess the system. They did their assessment between 6th to 10th of February. We passed the assessment. Then they gave us a list of requirements. And I think they agreed that we would start with the P4R for now, but the rest we would do the other methods when they reassess the system. The other functionality that the vendor has not as yet articulated on the system, and I know and do acknowledge that it is or has caused frustration to the users, would be the reports functionality. That one has been a challenge. We've had a lot of back and forth. Of course, on the side of government, we have worked out our requirements. Now it is in the vendor trying to get the requirement right. So those are some of the processes that I could probably quickly get off it. But that is not to say that we are not cognizant of the fact that they are not there, and we are not cognizant of their importance in the procurement process. We are. However, the thing with technology is it advances with time. To date, Microsoft still sends you patches. How long have you been using Microsoft? It advances with time. But what I can guarantee is that management has the will and we have the support to ensure that we're able to feed in that through the enhanced solution which we intend to roll out. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Florence, and I cannot agree with you more. Why? You have acknowledged these, but I think what is emerging is they are being worked on. But there is one point you mentioned, and I think I take it seriously. Technology, like you've said, is fast fleeting. If you cannot be fast, then even what you are struggling to address is not important because it has already left you. I have seen those cases. So I think the lesson is that where everyone is walking, we must be running. I think that is, to me, very important. But let me hear from Nitayu. Is the system downtime yours or it is Florence?
Thank you very much. We'll speak abstract on this. System downtime can be anyone's problem, depending on what exactly the root cause analysis yields. The way these systems are built is they are remotely accessed, which means there is a factor of the communication link between the user and the environment where the system is hosted. So there could be a problem with the link and you're unable to access the system, so you are challenged, but other users are actually working. So there's also it being a problem with the hosting environment itself, or being a problem with the system itself, because the way these systems are built is that they are distributed across very many servers. Sometimes we even have middleware to do load balancing, or it could be a database issue. The best way of identifying the cause of downtime is to have a proper service support structure, which the EGP has in form of a service desk, which means if you have any challenges accessing the system, you log a support call with the service desk, and they will investigate and establish what the cause is so that they can easily fix it. But it can lie anywhere.
Wow. I think, colleagues, you can admit my panel is not a mean one. They have answers for everything. And if you've listened to Arnold, he's trying to tell you that this thing is, it can domicile at various locations. You only need a very robust service desk, able to diagnose perhaps and locate it and deal with it. It is on that point that I invite the audience to make their comments or questions so that this panel can respond to the extent they can. If they can't, we shall note these things down and carry them to whom we think should answer them. The team in the audience, please. We want to see the hands so that we book space. If your hand is up, you will be number one. If you have not put up any, I will close this session and we go for cocktail. I can see a hand behind there. That's one. Any other? Any other hand? Technology. What's wrong? Technology, I thought the hands would be a forest. For those who had closed the eyes inadvertently, we are discussing technology. It happens also by the time you come back, you are wondering where are we? We are discussing technology. You are free to link it to EGP. That's just one of our technologies. Yes. Yes, you can submit your question or comment. First, your name. If you can tell us where your institution, just a bit of it so that they respond to a person straight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Betty Akwongo from Moon University. My question goes to Madame Florence. I want to thank her for the elaborate presentation. Among the strategies you put forward in incorporating technology in procurement processes is creation of enabling environment for technology technology in innovation and creativity. But we also know that in the country, currently the patented products out of the many innovations that the researchers are doing, we stand at less than 1%. So do we have mechanisms in place such that the many products that are coming out of many researches that are coming out from the many research institutions are patented? And in that case, therefore, do we also have a mechanism of ensuring that the patented products get commercialized so that our procurement can benefit from that? Thank you.
Yes, we need more. You know, these people have a high capacity. Florence alone needs like 4 to even attempt to optimize her 1%, just 1%. Where are more questions? More questions? I can see, yes. Susan, council member here, IPPU. Oh, after you then, Florence. No, Susan. You, yes, you are the one on my.
James Otieno, my name's from Bank of Uganda, Procurement. I wanted to ask cases here. Do we have any technologies to improve on our garbage collection? Yes, I've been seeing on social media.
The microphone seems to be off.
Okay, I've been seeing on social media where Ethiopia is practicing some good technology on utilizing the garbage to generate electricity. Please advise. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I'm called Susan Kamazma, and my question goes to Florence. It's been years. We've waited for this EGP to reach where we are. We have not seen it, we have not felt it. When Doreen talks about 3 years, it seems some of us are not really practicing procurement. When will it reach each one of us where we are? Another one that I took part in training of the SMEs, small business enterprises, and my topic was about how can they compete favorably in the public procurement. And their big question was, they hear this system, they have not heard about it, they have not felt it. Where is the, I would call it, how did you prepare the suppliers, service providers, and what is really the coverage that they can really register and participate in Doreen's procurement favorably? Thank you.
Okay, can the microphone move that side as well? Oh, there is one. Okay, after this, it can move.
Yes, thank you. I'll take advantage of being near and ask the question. Let me just have a seat. Mine is for Nita Yu and Ministry of ICT as a sector of ICT. Is the government's intent to have e-government systems, and I'm talking about the bigger picture, operate both in the traditional government and also state-owned enterprises, or are state-owned enterprises to be left out of e-government systems? And of course, state-owned enterprises, you know what I mean, the post banks. I've seen Uganda Cargo there. There's Pride Microfinance, there's Microfinance Uganda. So is your scope for e-government systems covering them, or is it something just for the traditional government? Thank you.
Okay, I think it can now, or let it first move, then to return. But we must have 2 microphones. One should be stationed this way, really, and another the other side. But now we have shifted. We are the other side in terms of focus. Where is the microphone? The hand is, I want it the other side. And be stationed there. There are two hands. Are they two or three? They are three. Give them.
Chair, there's one already here.
We are that side, then we shall return. Yes, David.
Thank you. Hope I'm audible
I think the microphone is not on. Yes.
Now on. Mine is to, not sure if it is for Dr. Levy. An observation one, I see IPPU is heavily government side, but actually we know that the private sector, they are ahead of the curve in terms of procurement technology. So I'm not sure if government is the best to come and lecture on procurement technology. Just an observation. I would have expected American Embassy and other private, very efficient organizations to efficiency using technology in procurement. Observation to IPPU. My question, however, is how is government using technology to eliminate one, real inefficiency, but also extremely non-value for money procurements that we have seen in the media? Our roads are the most expensive. I don't know, whatever we do in government seems to be off the mark. I would have expected to hear how government is leveraging technology to eliminate all those inefficiencies for the benefit of the common Ugandan. Thank you.
Did they pick your name? Maybe just state the name.
My name is Edward Chumhendo.
Yes, Edward Chumhendo. The second question, there is some clarification here. Chumhendo, you were very courageous to also put one to me. But that is okay, Chumhendo. But the second question, somebody is saying, to whom is it directed? How is government leveraging technology to reduce waste or eliminate this and that? I think I will give it to Florence. Or Doreen, any of you can deal with it. Thank you very much. Then the next, your name, don't forget it then.
My name's Akelo Rose from Uganda Management Institute. This one goes to Florence. I would want to thank you for your presentation. I remember early this year, we got circulars on the schedules of EGP, and we were told to create awareness in our entities, which we did. But before the financial year ended, we knew we are going to have EGP. And up to now, they are asking us, where did your EGP end? So we are kindly wanting to know, when is the next schedule of enrolling EGPs to those entities which were listed? Thank you.
My name is Alex Odwong from Uganda Airlines. Mine is to Doreen. We have companies that have established e-procurement systems end-to-end. Whereas you're fronting the EGP now, how best will these systems be integrated? I am asking this in line with what my brother asked, that if, for example, you have a system that is as efficient as it is airtight, and comparing it with now what EGP has, how are you going to merge the two to realize or to align and appreciate what you want to get out of it? Yeah.
Okay, I think, do you have sufficient to deal with, or I add more? I am told let them first handle this, then we take the last round. Thank you. So Florence, start off. The last one is yours, the second last is yours, all these things.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much for your questions. So I am going to briefly run through them. I think Betty's question was about the availability of an environment that caters or facilitates innovation and creativity. If you listened to what Mr. Mangeni said, under the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, there is an innovation fund. Under that innovation fund, innovators, all right, and they're tapping into universities. That is actually what he specifically said. They're tapping into universities for IT students. They do come and develop local solutions. EGP is actually not the only system that has benefited from the innovation fund. The online business registration system, which is the upgraded system for Uganda Registration Services Bureau, is also a beneficiary of the innovation fund. So usually they get the innovators there and they're able to develop solutions depending on the calls that Ministry of ICT places. But maybe I will ask my colleague, Arnold, you will talk about how NITAU and MOICT is looking at patenting all these other solutions that are being developed in-house by the different government entities. I am sure Susan's question should tally with Rose's question. So let me just give you just a brief of what has actually transpired from the time for the last 3 to 4 years. Now, you all know that we actually started the implementation in 2018. True that, we moved into implementation, but we had critical contract management challenges with a vendor that posed a sustainability risk. So in 2019, the steering committee took a decision to terminate that contract. It was not sustainable for us anymore. The late Keith then wrote to Dr. Bajire, who was then the PS, Minister of ICT, to use that innovation fund that I've been talking about to develop a homegrown solution. Now, of course, they have to place a call. They place a call, innovators respond. Then NITAU put together a team of different practitioners. We had procurement people, we had IT people, we had auditors in there, and that was to assess the prototypes. The best prototype is what we deployed into production on 17th of August. Now, please note that this one is, in fact, I wouldn't call it piloting, because you pilot a custom off-the-shelf solution. This one was proof of concept, all right? I want to believe, Susan and Rose, the amount of time you need to take to adjust the dress you're taking on cannot be the amount of time the person who goes to Chiembe and buys material to do a dress needs. That person needs more time than you do, right? So we had to do a proof of concept. And we did it with 11 entities, of which, of course, KCCA was a part. We could not immediately start to roll out. Why? This solution had just been incubated. We're talking about procurement. Whatever you get wrong in there can have very grievous implications. All right? So, 31st of May 2021, they were given provisional operation acceptance. There are about 6 areas that were left, and it had been agreed that when the vendor does, and again, they were an innovator then, so they had to work hand in hand with the government team. When the vendor gets full operation acceptance, we were supposed to start the rollout, and that should have been the beginning of the year 23-24, right? Now, fast forward before that, the DPs are saying, you will not do our procurements on your system. Doreen will tell you that they will do the GOU procurements on the system, and the donor-funded procurements would be off. So if you're looking for impact of automation, you cannot get it, because you're neither hot nor cold. All right? So a decision was taken that the development partners need to assess. But also that time, because of the questions we're getting from the DPs, government took up the services of a third-party quality assurance firm, Ernst & Young, to assess that system. It's around the same time the law was changing. When did the regulations take effect? 5th of February 2024. So there's all that, even when we had done a business process reengineering and we thought we would move faster, there were other dependencies there that could not enable us run at the speed, because we had to factor in the recommendations of the Multilateral Development Bank assessment, we had to factor in the recommendations of EY, we had to factor in the amendment in the law, and we couldn't do it until the regulations had taken effect. So that time there that we spent, because government was not willing for us to roll out a system, mass rollout, that had not been aligned to that, we would still have the parallel. So when you come to check the business case implementation, you don't have, because you have parallel systems running at the entity. So the decision was, can we get the enhanced solution and then deploy that one? And yes, our plan had been July 1, but maybe we were also over ambitious. Technology, Arnold will tell you, it will take at least 18 months for any solution to be incubated. Now, the regulations have been taken effective 5th of February is when the vendor was given a system requirements specifications document. The SRS is the broken down requirement bit by bit. So for us, in our anticipation, and again, because we're trying to move with time, we were thinking that between February and July and end of June, we will be ready. It was not that way, because, you know, technology, it's either a 0 or 1. It can be, it's nothing in between there. So yes, maybe we were overly ambitious, and that should speak to Rose's question of we were asked, because it's what we had factored in. But when you get to the developers of the system, they're saying, you know what, for the scope we have to cover, because now it's wider. All these things we didn't have, DP, Solicitor General, has now been embedded in there. And we're saying we will not be able to get there. So yes, we missed the timeline of 1st July. But that is because we're also cognizant that we don't want to roll out a half-baked solution. The only people who will be frustrated will be you. If we are doing this, we need to do it right. Hence the delay that has been experienced. But it is not because management is not focused on ensuring that all of you are onboarded. I think those are my questions. Oh, well, maybe I'll help Doreen with the last one. How will the entity systems, the entities that have ERPs, how are they going to be integrated with the EGP? For all entities that have ERPs, when you're enrolled on EGP, at least for as long as you're a government entity, you will have to leave the ERP and get onto the EGP system. Why? We can't integrate with so many systems. We have over 40 self-accounting entities. Let me tell you, the thing with integration is that any point-to-point you create because of an integration, that is an open window for compromise. As such, you have to invest a lot in monitoring the transactions that happen through that integration. So we are saying we are not going to have EGP, it's already planned to have 13 point-to-point systems because of information exchange. Then we want to integrate with the over 40 self-accounting entities. That system is not going to be a good system, and it will definitely break down sooner than later. So you'll have to get off your ERPs, get onto the EGP. Whatever information you're able, probably you have contracts there, you will be able to upload them. We're giving provisions for you to be able to upload any information you have from the other side to this side, but we will all focus on one goal, not many goals. Thank you very much.
That is your Florence. That is Florence. I can tell you. Bring it, she will tell you the answer. I think UMY, you just continue with your manual until such a time you will be advised. I think that is the same with Susan. Can we hear from Arnold? I think your sister here has also been pushing certain things, that patenting and others. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. The issue of supporting small businesses, small ideas transform into business is handled in two ways. Previously, the ministry was receiving proposals from those that have business ideas that require funding, and then it goes through a criteria of selection, and then you are funded. But it wasn't really working well, so the approach changed to one where things are run through the Innovation Hub. It's in Nakawa, shares the same grounds as the UICT. So what happens is that they put you under the wings, train you in entrepreneur skills, then support the process of intellectual property registration. Now, I will not go into the details of how that is done, but it's done by the URSB, the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, but the ministry, through the Innovation Hub, supports those that have ideas and are under the Innovation Hub to go through the process of having their property intellectually protected. So that is how it is handled. Then there was an issue that was raised here on whether initiatives within government are focusing on only the traditional ministries and other institutions and forgetting others. That is not true. The digital development strategy focuses on bringing everyone on board. And when you look at some of interventions that have been put forward, like the integration platform, where we allow for institutions to access and share information, you see so many players come on board and utilize that are not traditionally government institutions. So maybe we'll have a focused conversation to understand what your needs are, and we see how we can incorporate them into our roadmap so that we make them part of our near future, but we don't intend to leave anyone behind. Thank you.
Doreen, you have certain things?
The garbage technology, right?
Knew it was coming. Garbage, kitezi, and...
Thank you very much. Let me also take this opportunity to inform everybody that garbage is everybody's responsibility. My boss has always put it in papers. It begins with you, then it comes with us. Who is the biggest garbage generator? Ask yourselves, look into your houses. Do you generate garbage or not? Look in your offices. Do you generate garbage or not? Where we are, how are we treating those bottles? Sustainability. So let's begin from there, then I'll answer like this. Is there technology for garbage with KCCA has as a solution? It is a yes or no. A yes and no. Currently, we have a manual technology of collecting garbage. I think you must have seen our trucks. You must have seen our collectors, our sweepers. You must have seen even garbage bins placed on our roads. I first of all request you that you use those responsibly as we develop an E1. An E is ongoing. First of all, we've developed, they are called apps, where people are sensitizing. Watch yourself, you watch your neighbor, and see whether they are disposing responsibly. Let's first master that, then we shall be ready to receive an E1. E1 needs sorted garbage. Are you already sorting? At home, are you sorting your garbage? If you are not, please start sorting. In my house, I sort, and I know every KCCA employee, as we speak, we sort. We are sensitizing our garbage collectors to sort garbage, biogradable and non-biogradable. We are where we are going to, anyway, let me also say that it is a pity for what happened to Kitezi, and we really condole with those families. It was a very big blow, especially to KCCA, which has been a lead in sustainability here with you. It really set us a bit back, but we are recovering slowly. But let's own garbage together and solve the issue of garbage together. Technology, e-technology for garbage is in making. Feasibility studies have been done. We have land in Dundu. As I speak, they are doing geological studies, and I think other processes and steps will follow. I wouldn't comment beyond that. This is a different department of environment and social protection. But from procurement view, I don't think that incident happened because there was no lack of this. It was an accident. Thank you.
Okay, and the Accountant General would want to, I'm checking this, Accountant General, also Commissioner Procurement Policy Management, would want to give closing remarks at 4:30. We have moved a little bit of few minutes. With your indulgence, allow me to request these remaining hands, and they also submit their comments. Thereafter, we shall move into that session. I want to confirm we shall remain on time. Okay. Yes, David.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I want to direct my question one to both cases here, Doreen and Florence. I have heard Doreen nearly praising the revenue collection system they're using as being perfect. And yet at the same time, I'm also aware that URA also has a little bit of perfect system in the mobilizing and collecting revenue. And now, my point is that how are these two running parallelly when they are collecting for the same consolidated fund? I would probably need to get some insight from the EGP technocrat there that can't these two systems be married so that we have one system running to collect revenue for the government. That's just an insight. I want to ask Arnold, that is Nita you. I have always gotten a little bit perturbed that Nita you is more concentrated on the center, ministry and agencies and all that. But to my own view, like they are forgetting that there's a constituency down there which I speak for, that is the local government fraternity. You find that as we talk about procurement and sustainability, there is a big chunk of following down there in terms of suppliers and the other actors who seemingly are very far from what the government is driving us into. In other words, the speed into amalgamating these systems and moving to e-procurement is really high. But when you find the people who are supposed to consume that information down there, there is still a little bit of a big challenge. Case in point is when it comes to one of the requirements in procurement of ICT is that you must have an ITU certificate. And that means you must be registered in an ITU system. And I was interacting with one of the suppliers of ICT. But because of the area they are coming from, they are not so much acquainted with this system of how to go about it, and the person got stuck somewhere. And then my question is Nita you pushing their hand deep down there, or they are still concentrated in the center here, and the down part of it is not feeling you? I hope you will have a program to run for them. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Madam. I think, is that the last one? I think. Oh, there is Mr. Tumhaire and behind. Yes, after Tumhaire, then the last shall close at that.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Mine goes to Florence. Florence, you mentioned that the entities that are running on ERPs, once EGP comes on board, these systems will be closed. I just want to know what you're doing in collaboration with NITA to ensure that the entities that are scheduled, for example, to procure these ERPs are guided to ensure that these budgets are protected to avoid waste. Thank you.
That is a very, very, very interesting question and comment. Value for money.
Thank you, moderator, and also special appreciation to the distinguished panel of members for the wonderful insights. My question goes to Arnold, Nita, and also ministry. With electronic government procurement, we have observed that there is an increased increased fraudulent activity, and it is very closely linked to what these fraudsters are able to see and manipulate. And from that, we have seen an increase in people who have lost money through the deals that people try to broker, and broker even in government premises, but with all this information that they have from the internet and the websites. So the question really is, what has NITAU done and the ministry in line with the mandate you're entrusted with to try to protect the procurement system and government entities from this increasing fraudulent activity? Thank you.
The question has really gone to the right person. He's the Director, Information Security.
Thank you so much. My name is Adev Nakimolo from UPPC Entebbe. Before I ask my question, we do gazetting. After you are through with URSB, you can come, we gazette your name, your deed poll, whatever. Please, you're welcome at UPPC Entebbe. My question is direct to Anita, you. As I've envisaged well, our deliberation is ongoing technology or IT. But remember, most of our people are not trained enough in IT related things. If you happen to go to local government, most of the procurements are manually done. NITAU, do you have any mechanism in place on how these people can be trained, that they can be on top of their game? Number two, data is expensive. Where we can access it, it's very slow. Please, is there a way that you can engage with the providers to see that where it's accessible, it's fast and quick, and we're able to do work? Thank you.
Did I miss anyone here? There was, yeah. Okay. Microphone is not on.
You can stand up and say your name and the organization.
Give her another microphone, okay?
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the great forum. My name is Julian Namanya from UTL. I have picked key questions, and there are three. One of them is about Uganda having the most expensive roads in Africa. My question, I don't know who is going to answer it, but how do you balance cost-saving benefits with sustainable procurement practices? I don't know who is going to answer.
Someone has already booked to answer it.
Yes, the second one, this is directed to KCCA. How has the EGP technology enabled KCCA to streamline the procurement processes, to be able to meet the lead times, and what is exactly the average lead time? The third one to NITA, what measures are in place to ensure security or cyber security of and transparency in your procurement system? As UTL, we are not yet on the EGP, but I would like to get those highlights. Thank you.
Just a minute, moderator. I want to request you to stay put. We still have quite 1 or 2, 3 items in the menu. We are going to hold a raffle in front here where I stand for transparency purposes. So the tickets, the tickets will be won here. We shall have registration. We shall have closing remarks by Dr. Isaac Chaligonza. Then we shall now retire to a cocktail, which has been prepared for all of us. Please do not walk away. Wait and be part of the activities that are still in our program. I thank you. Over to the moderator.
Thank you. Thank you For me, I've picked one. There is a cocktail, and don't go away. All right. Over to you, panelists. We shall go in order this time. Florence, pick what is yours. Doreen, the same. And lastly, Arnold, you will close in that order.
I didn't get the actual question on integration of EGP with the URA system, but I will tell you that as far as EGP is concerned, it is integrated with the URA system. Now, when we're developing this system, we try to ensure we don't replicate already existing functions. Mandates that already exist, instead of having them on EGP, we integrate the systems. That way the information we need from those systems we're able to have. For example, you'll not find LPO creation on EGP even when you think it is. Not think it actually is part of a procurement process. It's not, because there's IFMS that is already doing that. So there was no need for us to replicate that role. So ours is strictly looking at the procurement process. For URA, if it comes to the TCC validation, if it comes to the TIN number validation, whatever concerns them, and now with the enhanced, we even want to integrate with IFRIS for the invoicing purposes. We are leaving mandates to stay where they are without having to drag them into EGP, because integration can enable us access or exchange information. The other one was on, yes, there's a question on how are we guiding entities that are procuring ERPs not to proceed in order to protect the budget. I request I pass that one on to NITAU, because the approval to procure a system doesn't sit with the Ministry of Finance. It sits with National IT Authority. So Arnold, I'll handle that over to you.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, gentleman who asked about the two systems, the ECT of KCCA and the URA. Why can they not be integrated? ECT corrects what we call NTR, non-tax revenue. These are revenues that are domesticated in local governments. That's my interpretation. These are property rates and business licenses. And the URA corrects these other tax-related revenues. So I think the integration should be looked at policy level, not at operational level, at entity level. Then I think I'll attempt to answer the other lady of cost of roads. Julian, our roads being the most expensive. Me, I think this is very subjective. Good thing we are speaking to procurement practitioners. You know that most of the times, road projects are advertised globally. We put tenders, open international bidding. Everybody comes on board. You evaluate and take the lowest technically compliant bid. The market will have spoken in Uganda. It can speak differently in Tanzania, depending on the condition of the country. I want us to look at, for example, our shilling. How is it faring with the rest of the currencies? And what impact does that have? I think if we are able to really relate to those, we can be able to explain why maybe our projects might appear expensive. And in most cases, I've heard why city roads are expensive. Look at the kind of roads we do. There is a carriage road, there is a walkway, there is greening, there is drainage, there is reallocation of utilities. All those speak into the cost of a road. Then, even working hours, how much traffic does Kampala have to manage compared to Nansana, for example, or compared to Gulu? How about managing people affected by the project? I know colleagues that have been calling me. They've blocked our roads. Come as the dust is killing us. Next minute, you see a truck of water spreading water. Those are the things that speak to the cost of roads in the city. Thank you. I think that's all.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll start with David on the issue of IT certification office. I acknowledge there has been not sufficient training for the various end users because the system is centralized and it's interacted with by people that have not actually been trained, and that is an improvement that I'll pick and we'll work on that. But of course, the reason why we are not spread in every place on that system is because it's electronic, and submission of documents that are going to be considered for verification of your capacity to provide services is done electronically. So maybe that's why there hasn't been a need to take those services, to have physical presence in the various places. But yeah, the issue of training is a big one, and we'll take it on and try to do as much as possible. On the issue of avoiding wastage, I think Florence will help. In every place, they don't just storm. There is a rollout plan that they share with the various institutions, and they are notified that in the next financial year, you are part of the institutions for which the EGP system is going to be rolled out. So that is sufficient warning for the institution to manage the licensing for the tools that they're using that perform a function that is related to the EGP, so that you plan to discontinue and utilize the EGP. Then Dave from UPPC, yes, about training. Every project or every system that is deployed has a training aspect. That is ranging from functional training for the end users to administrative training for the administrators. So there is no system that is deployed without training. That one I'm very sure. So especially these ones where we have focused users like an institution as opposed to where we have the public as users. So even when the public is a user, we try as much as possible, but I pick that it's not sufficient and we should actually be doing that a bit better. On the issue of an increase in fraud, the most we can start with is to create as much awareness as possible, because some of these actually are happening to people that we think are careful in decision making. Someone just probably presents something that is so lucrative, too good to be true. And of course it comes from the fact that we have, I think as a people, we have that passion for gaining quickly in certain areas. So we fall a culprit to scams amongst others. But the best we can do is awareness, awareness, awareness. We had an issue with visa, visa application for the guys that are coming in. We have brokers actually. We have people that are creating services that are similar and standing in between there. And the first requirement from the Ministry of Internal Affairs was we work with the service provider to block those services. So it was cat and mouse. You work with firms, they block this service, another service comes up similar, another service comes up similar, until we were like, okay, now that is not sustainable. Let's try to create as much awareness in the communities that apply for Ugandan visas. And that has reduced. So you put up your service, brokering Uganda visa services, but people know you have to go to the immigration website, and it's clear immigration.go.ug, and you access the service at the fee that is set without any brokerage. So we need to do as much awareness as possible, and that is the only way we are going to be able to succeed in reducing on the fraud and scam. And these are usually, because when we do security awareness and training, and I can actually ask a question that I'm sure majority of, largely everyone in this room is going to say no to the question I'll ask. We always preach password management, PIN management as a good vice, so that you periodically keep changing the passwords and PIN. If I ask anyone in this room that has changed their mobile money PIN in the last 1 month, I won't get 10 hands. Some have been running the same PIN that was set when they were obtaining the service. 5 years, 10 years. And yet we keep telling you that there are weaknesses and vulnerabilities in those systems which require that you keep periodically changing your password. So we have to continue sounding the same drum. Good practice is good practice. That is the hygiene that's going to help us avoid falling victim to some of these scams. On the issue of measures around, cybersecurity measures around EGP, EGP has a segregation of roles. It has user accounts and passwords. It has privilege management and audit. So there are mechanisms that have been put in place to continuously be checking the system to reduce the chances of people colluding to be able to beat the system. So there is some that has gone around that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And my brother Chomuhendo took a bold risk to ask the chairman and the moderator, but I will answer it. If you check, our institute name is the Institute of Procurement Professionals of Uganda. It is open. We never speak public, we never speak private. All professionals, irrespective of sector and context. It has only been coincidental that majority of the professionals, for the time being until Adieri sounded a serious caution, they have been really employed in the government side. So that's why their probability is high that whoever you touch here will be from public, but it has never been so. And relatedly, therefore, it is also not true that when it comes to preaching the gospel of technology, that we could easily fall short because we are not highly speaking private. Technology, from the speech, technology is technology. Whether you deploy in the private, that's why me with the Florence, bring Florence, he will hit you whether private or public. And that's it. We remain competent to speak about the things irrespective of sector. But we continue recruiting from the private sector to join this powerful movement. They have been sluggish to come. Maybe it is also a perception. Many of them may be thinking IPPU is public sector. The P's are also many there. There are 2 P's. Maybe they think 1 P is public. Please, this institution is yours. It is procurement professionals. Since you have come here, please preach that gospel. This is a family for everyone. And relatedly, the Institute of Procurement and Supply Chain Management Bill of 2024 has also made it clear you will not practice procurement and supply chain services in Uganda sooner than later if you are not licensed. And that tells you whether you will be doing it in Mukwano, whether you will be doing it in Kakira, you will still require this license. So I felt we should get on board and boldly. I think that was something which was lingering around. And with that, why don't we appreciate our panel? This has been a very interesting and exciting panel. 2/3, there was no gender on the other side, me I've been this side. When it comes to when women are dispensing in matter, they don't complain about these equality things. They are willing to even be themselves. It is only when there are some positions when they say, where are the ladies? But the men did not mind. 2 ladies against 1 man, it is still okay. Thank you very much for being attentive and the many questions that have emerged. Thank you very much, and I think the session spokesperson can take over to guide the next. But if it is about to raffle, I am still holding mine here, so make sure I am participating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we clap for them? Thank you, Dr. Levy. Thank you, everybody, the panelists, for giving us such a detailed discussion or insight. This annual IPPU summit or annual procurement summit is made possible by the various institutions that send participants. Without institutions sending participants, it will be very difficult to convene. For that reason, I would like to thank the accounting officers and the budget officers of the institutions that have sent participants to this 8th IPPU Procurement Summit 2024. So allow me to recognize the presence of participants from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Are they in the house? We clap for them even if they have gone. Allow me to recognize the presence of participants from Post Bank Uganda. If you're still there, you may stand up or you may wave to the participants. Office of the Prime Minister, may you stand up? Anyone from Office of the Prime Minister? Okay. Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health, let's clap for them. Uganda Coffee Development Authority, UCDA, may we clap for them. Uganda Wildlife Authority, may we clap for them. Joint Clinical Research Center, JCRC, may we clap for them. Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Tribunal, anybody from the tribunal? Let's clap for them even if they are not here. Electricity Regulatory Authority, ERA, where are you? May we clap for them. Uganda Air Cargo, may you stand up for recognition. National Drug Authority, where are you seated? May we clap for them. Chambogo University, may we clap for them. Makerere University Business School, may we clap for them. Kampala Capital City Authority, KCCA, where are you? May you stand up for recognition. Doreen, thank you so much for sending the team. Uganda Cancer Institute, where are you seated? May we clap for them. Joint Medical Stores, may we clap for them. National Agriculture Advisory Services, NADS, where are you seated? May we clap for them. Uganda Development Corporation, UDC. Uganda Development Corporation, may we clap for them. Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, may we clap for them. Uganda Airlines Silver Sponsor, Uganda Airlines, may you stand up for recognition. Thank you so much for partnering with us. Thank you for sponsoring. Thank you for being our sponsors for this year. Uganda Telecommunications Corporation Limited, may we stand up for recognition. I think you will have to see Doreen because your question was pointing towards benchmarking. You might see Doreen and request that you go and benchmark the way they do their things. I thank you. Centenary Road Development Bank Limited, where are you? Thank you. Clap for them twice. Clap for them again. Centenary, thank you for partnering with us. Thank you for supporting IPPU. When you don't come, it becomes difficult to organize this. Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Clap for those people. Thank you so much for your very good support always. Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, EGP. May we clap for them. Thank you for responding to the tough questions. National Social Security Fund, NSSF. May you stand up for recognition? I saw them somewhere. NSSF, thank you. Thank you for supporting IPPU. Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority. Thank you. Even the Executive Director has been here. Thank you so much for housing even the IPPU. Thank you. Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, UCAA. May we clap for them. Uganda National Examinations Board, UNAB. Clap for them. Uganda National Roads Authority, UNRA. Where are you? Clap for them. Uganda Electricity Transmission Company, UETCL. Where are you? May we clap for them, they are behind. Umeme Limited. Where are you? May we clap for them? Clap for them again. Umeme, thank you so much for coming. Resource Enhancement and Accountability Program under the Minister of Finance. Thank you. Electoral Commission. May we clap for them? Thank you so much for coming. Bank of Uganda. May we clap for them? Part of the team has run back, the entries were getting full, so they went to clear. Uganda Management Institute. May we clap for them? Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. May we clap for them? Wow, the whole team is here. Thank you so much for coming. Please come again. Pearl Marina Gold, our gold sponsors. Pearl Marina, may you stand up? Clap for them again. They are our gold sponsors this year. Pearl Marina, we look forward to unending partnership. This is just the beginning. We want to walk the journey together with you. Guys, there are some very nice pictures here. I know some of you have made money, you have private business, and you want to live near water. These guys make it very easy. They have properly built, planned, gated community. You don't struggle. Waste management, security, name it. Yeah. So contact them for details, they will advise. Inspectorate of Government, IGG, where are you? Clap for them. Clap for them, thank you. Muni University, all the way from Arua, where are you? Clap for them. And because Arua is far, clap for them again. Also, allow me to recognize the following individuals who attended as individuals, but not as institutions. Miss Juliet Mutaka, are you around? Clap for her, maybe she went. Asha Nagawa, are you in the house? Clap for her. Mr. Abraham Nkata attended as an individual, clap for him. Laban Waiswa attended as an individual, clap for him. Dave Geoffrey Nachimoro attended as an individual, clap for him. Maria Mutesi attended as an individual, clap for her. Alfred Mugengeo attended as an individual, clap for him. Special thanks go to the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Clap for him. He was not able to attend because he got a final minute call of duty, I think outside the country. Dr. Levy, Chairperson IPPU Council, clap for him and the council members. Mr. Lawrence Semakula, the Accountant General, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, clap for him. A very wonderful presenter in Agre Chivenge, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, clap for him. Mr. David Chinji, Head SPP Secretariat, I saw him, he's still behind, clap for him. Mr. Benson Turamye, the ED PPDA, clap for him. Speciosa Mukazi, Manager Corporate Affairs, ETCL, clap for her. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion and for sharing your knowledge with us. Honorable Muchitale Stephen Adieri, the eye opener. He's a director at NPA. I think you have to think about these issues. Don't take them lightly. Anything can happen. There's no situation that is permanent. So his remarks should really open our minds. We have Ms. Florence Nachaine, Project Manager, EGP. Thank you for sharing. We have Arnold from NITAU. Thank you. We have Ms. Doreen from KCCA. Thank you. We have Ms. Hilda Mwesigwa, our rapporteur. Thank you. We have Mr. David Kalitani, one of the Executive Secretary. May you clap for him. Stand up. Thank you so much, David, for a job well done. We have Mr. Julius, also from the IPPU. He's behind there. Clap for that gentleman. Many people associate IPPU to Julius, isn't it? Because he reaches out to you. He comes knocking. So when he comes, please open the door for him and respond to his call. So I thank you very much. Those are the people who have been able to participate. Now, I want us to register ourselves. The media team, I request you to project a QR code. Now, the names that you enter when you're registering, those are the names that will appear in your certificate. Participation here is recognized by giving you a certificate. It's not for free. So, the way you want your names to appear in the certificate, that's how you write your names when you're registering. In case you encounter challenges with our technology, the table behind will register you manually. You can share the challenge you have with the media team. It will be rectified such that all of us get registered. Uganda Airlines, be close, because I want you to do the raffle. Then we shall. As we register, I request a representative of Uganda Airlines to come forward, the team that is going to do the raffle draw. Come forward and be ready. Place them there for transparency. Feel free to explain to us the process.
Good afternoon, members. Yeah, my name is Alex. Once again, a few ground rules. What we are holding here today basically is for you to experience a travel experience with us, Uganda Airlines. We fly to 13 stations as per now, and we are going to give out 3 tickets. You will choose where you want to go. So we are not limiting you to any station. You'll choose where you want to go. So basically, so what happens is we'll have the first set here is basically for the entire fraternity. So we'll pick 2 tickets. And then the other one is basically for the council. From our side as Uganda Airlines, probably before we start, we want to thank the council. Julius has done a great job supporting us as Uganda Airlines, but we also want to extend our gratitude to PPDA, who have been invaluable in steering us to get better and to align our operations to basically what it should be. So we are very, very grateful, and as we continue to collaborate and enhance this friendship or collaboration, we don't take it for granted. And to all our friends who are here today, I've seen quite a lot of people who I engaged with previously at my previous workplaces, those that I went to school with. It's such a joy to be here and to experience that moment that you see your friends, your colleagues, and to deliberate on aspects that will propel us to be better in this profession. So without further ado, I'll call on...
Before you do the raffle, introduce the team.
Okay, so I have a team here from Uganda Airlines. This is Clara. Clara is our passenger supervisor. So if you're at the airport at any point in time, you're late, this is the person that will help you to onboard as fast as possible. We have my colleague here, Stella. Stella works with commercial, basically ticketing. So if you want to buy a ticket, we are now at Uganda Road Fund. We moved from Ginger Road. I have Kagwa here, Jude. Jude Kugonza is basically, he's also a sales representative, so you can reach out to him if you need to. And then I have Mambo Isaac is one of our technical...
Just a second. Members, if you're a procurement practitioner, I request you, if you are to buy a ticket for anybody in your institution to fly out of this country or to fly back from a conference or what, kindly, I beg you kindly, let's use Uganda Airlines. Because if we do not support our own, nobody will support it. Let's support Uganda Airlines. The fleet has grown from 3 to how many aeroplanes do you have nowadays?
We have 6. Apparently we operate 7, but we are getting another aircraft probably 1st November, so we should be able to have about 7, 8.
Remember, these guys' aeroplanes are new. They don't have bed bugs. You have used other airlines, and it is terrible. It's a new fleet. Take advantage of this and fly the crane to the Pearl of Africa and to 13 other destinations world over. Abuja, where? Please, if you're buying a ticket for somebody to come back from a conference, for somebody to go out, please call these people. May I have the sales people come here? The sales team come here. Kindly come over. Come over. This is your name once again? Stella. Please see her and get her number such that you call her direct. Stella, I'm from this entity. Book for me these 5 people. They are going for a workshop in Accra or where. And Jude. These guys, don't leave here without getting their contacts. They are seated just near here. We have to grow our own. Please, we have to grow our own. Some airlines lose your luggage. They take it to Ethiopia. You're struggling. These guys keep your luggage. This is home. They will not take your luggage to another country. You will pick it from Entebbe. Are we together? We begin by being patriotic, and the time is now. Are we together? Sir, please go ahead. I'm sorry for interfering.
Okay. So basically that is it. I wanted to invite somebody who is very dear to us to help us conduct this for transparency, a tenet that we uphold very dearly in this fraternity. Sorry?
You choose at random.
Okay. So basically what Mas is going to do, she's going to move a few of them and then just pick one. You want to amend? Okay.
Can you give Mercy space?
So do we agree that we pour them down and they pick? Okay, fine. So Mercy,
Give us space to
okay.
to play her role.
No. That's so yes. So Mercy, you can ruffle them up and then pick. So one more time, Matthew. Okay. So you can now pick one and kindly read the name, the phone number, and the company.
Amolu Augustine.
Amolu Augustine, where are you? Clap for him. He's from which institution?
Caroline.
Very many trips.
Caroline N. Kaswante. Caroline N. Kaswante.
I'm all from CAA.
Yeah, so these are lucky winners. Please, you'll just give us your details like I've shared. You can choose to go to Dubai. You can choose to go to Mumbai. You can also hold, as I speak now, we are opening up 3 new routes this month. Next Friday, we open Abuja. On the 25th of this month, we open Accra, Harare, and Lusaka, same day. So you can choose to plan your travel, and if you want to travel to any of those, you will be a lucky person to travel with us to those destinations. Otherwise, sorry? Yeah, the tickets are, by the way, to and fro. They're fully paid to and fro. You can cater for the whatever you want to do there, but the tickets are to and fro.
Wow.
Yes.
What an offer.
Sorry?
It's a very big offer.
True. So the next one, I'll probably pick another person as well for the council. So we have one more ticket to give away for the council. So let me pick, I don't know, a guy this time. Chief, Bank of Uganda, not so? Cool. So I have a gentleman from Bank of Uganda. He's going to do us the honors.
Thank you.
Give the space, let people see what you are doing. Pick when you're not seeing.
The most lucky person here is Nabiama Simon.
Wow, that is how it has gone. But this guy is in finance, he travels a lot, again he gets a ticket.
Yeah, so thank you very much. At least we have a lady among. Please come. Yeah, and hold this.
Guys, have you seen the advantages of attending the IPPU Summit? You win a free air ticket. Huh? This is one of a kind. Huh?
Yeah. So basically, you can have a chair too. We'll close it, eh?
So congratulations once again. Thank you so much for participating and for choosing to attend the summit. So lady and gentlemen, this will be your point of contact for when you choose to travel. You'll kindly get her the dates and where you'll want to travel. Yeah. Thank you very much.
May we clap for our sponsors, Uganda Airlines. Buy Uganda, build Uganda. If it is an airline from another country, they can't give you these tickets. They'll give to their countrymen or women. So that's why we need to build our own. Support our Uganda Airlines. I recognized here a number of institutions and individuals. For those who come from institutions, I want to request, make sure when the budgeting cycle begins, make a provision, what is called planned meetings or planned workshops. Let these events be planned in your budget during the budgeting cycle. Capture an item called under planned meetings, put the IPPU annual summit. You can put 10 people and allocate a budget such that you do not find a problem when it comes to implementing this activity. Are we together? Also, when you go back, thank the accounting officer, thank the budget officer of the department where you come from for allocating and accepting to approve that you come. Next financial year, put this in the budget line. Under planned meetings, we shall be sending 10 people per person, say 200,000, something modest. It should be in every year. Make a provision for it. This is my appeal to you. Are we together? Such that we meet, we deliberate on issues that concern the procurement profession and practice, then we go with a point of view that is clear. You also get an opportunity to interact with the best institutions in the country, and you can easily go for benchmarking. Are we together? I thank you so much. At this juncture, I want to welcome Dr. Isaac Chaligonza. And let us clap for him for being patient. Doctor, I am very sorry the program has taken long. I apologize. But may you come and give us your closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Coordinator. I want to guess why Simon got this ticket. I want to guess, and I think I'm right. When I was coming from lunch, he asked me something. And in Bunyoro, where I was born, I'm not a Bunyoro, but where I was born as a Ugandan, they say, akana, who can give me that? Akana katumwa kalya nechikatamanyire. Nikagenda, it means if you have a kid who is obedient, every time you send that kid, go and graze my goats, the kid goes. Go and pick water, go and fetch water, the kid goes. That kid can end up benefiting or even becoming a heir before he or she knows. That is a discussion I had with him, and I told him, today I have no money, but I wish I gave you somewhere to sign. And God heard the prayer, and the man is... So even at places of work, please, let's endeavor to give in our best, serve our entities, serve our masters. The next day you hear, go and represent me as Accountant General, and why not? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take much of our precious time. We've been here long enough. Just allow or accept my request that we clap for our souls. In the morning, the chair of the council
indicated that today we are here to learn, relearn, and if anything, unlearn. I think we have learned a great deal. Again, someone said, knowledge is power, and that when it is shared, then that power multiplies. So today we have shared experience, we have shared knowledge, and so we are really re-energized, and so to say we are empowered. My name again is Isaac Charigoza. I'm Commissioner for Procurement, Policy and Management Department. I felt I must repeat that because sometimes the people may not, or people do not distinguish between PPMD and PPDA because I think of the PPPs and because of same procurement. So at every time we go, we should always, I think, bring out clarity on who we are. We are a policy arm. PPDA is a regulatory arm of government. I am greatly honored, dear brothers and sisters, to stand before you as we come to the end of the 8th Annual Procurement Summit after a very long day of serious and important discussion. Our theme, as it were, and the sub-themes too, is very insightful. Our theme, let me repeat it, is leveraging the procurement and supply chain ecosystem for socio-economic transformation. Allow me to take this opportunity to appreciate and congratulate the 6th IPPU Council under the leadership of Comrade Levi, Dr. Levi Kabagambe Bategeka, for ably organizing today's event. It is the first during their tenure into office. Another clap for this council. Allow me also thank all of you for attending this great summit and keeping here up to this moment. But at such a function, I want to salute all the previous IPPU council members for the noble job they did in sustaining and upholding the principles of the promoters of IPPU. Can we give them another round? Our guests of honor and the distinguished presenters as well as panelists have made our day very memorable again in regard to the already mentioned theme and the sub-themes. This theme is in line with the public financial management reforms, the National Public Sector Procurement Policy, the PPDA Act, and the famous 10-fold growth strategy and other government aspirations. The question, members, is how then do we position ourselves as individuals and as a profession to meet the expectations of the theme? My brother and comrade Levi, our summit should not be an annual ritual event, but a meaningful platform for us to make a contribution. For those who studied history, there was one in West Africa, and it is called the Odwira Festival. Those who studied the history of West Africa, and I'm told it was born around 1896 and still subsists up to today. Let us not keep coming here as if it is a ritual. When politicians retreat to Chankwanzi, when they come back, you hear heads rolling. I think 2016, when they retreated, they said, can we review laws that are not adding value? And that's when we started thinking of review of the PPDA Act. So, my friends, the Fix IPPU Council, it is not an issue, it is not a matter of being there. Let us next year feel a difference. Let us feel a difference from you people. I'm a member of KISIM, although I rarely go there these days. But they have good stories to benchmark from. These names the MC was reading here, they should be getting not only the IPP certificates, but they call them what? Memon? Huh? Yes, those ones. I would have wished to see T-shirts, very many T-shirts behind there to promote these T-shirts and other promotional items. Let me not become a marketer, although I'm a student of marketing for IPPU. I've only said, let it not be an annual ritual, but a meaningful platform. Allow me again bring out or share the following. They were part of today's discussion, but I want to re-emphasize them. Number one is the bill. I told you in the morning that last year I was at pain when everyone was asking, where is our bill, where is our bill? In February, on the 28th of this year, the Solicitor General wrote and submitted the draft bill to us. And we said, thank you. And let me add to the words of the chair, IPPU Council, that this bill is for all of us. It is not for public. It is for public and private, as long as you subscribe to it. Maybe that is optional for the private, but for the public or government, all of you must be members. All of you will be members. I know you'll ask me, where is it? We are working day and night to have this draft bill finalized, take it to the Attorney General, and thereafter to Cabinet, and from there to Parliament. It is our hope and prayer that it comes out soon as an act. We have involved most of you. We invited from the first up the sixth council IPPU members to represent you, and all your opinions or comments have been received through that or those structures. Second is on EGP and digitalization. Today I realized, the manager PM, that you did a lot of publicity and sensitization. And so people are just waiting. They are just ready to receive this product. I could see how you were tasked to deliver it as early as yesterday. You are not alone. I'm one of those in that equation to deliver the project. I must say that we pledged indeed that come July 1st, we shall have this product rolled on to all entities. What happened, as the manager PMU explained, is we did a re-engineering to address concerns from development partners, concerns from you, the statistics that have been using it, and also from World Bank. Let me say, World Bank ranked this system, if re-engineered, if enhanced and deployed, as the best in Africa. Those are words from, yes, those are words from my PSST from that national convention that is held in Washington, D.C. So we have been doing all we can to meet the expectations of not only local stakeholders, but also the development partner expectations. But procurement has it where, I want to say. The vendor somehow will not enable us deliver on the 1st of July. We shall very soon get back to you and give you a new roadmap. For the 36 that are using the system, we have already told you, please proceed with the old system until that time when we have an enhanced system. And for those that we had promised that enhanced system, I want to pledge that by the end of this month, we are communicating to you a new roadmap. And please, I want to appeal that you bear with us on that extended delivery time. Allow me, just in the same spirit, talk about the sustainable public procurement drive. Just in summary, I should say, let it be part of our daily prayer now. For all the procurement practitioners, let sustainable public procurement be part of you. There are no boundaries, private, public. Please, wherever we are, let SPP be part of our DNA. Let us not grill KCCA alone. Like she said, it is part of everyone's responsibility to follow. Allow me only to add that we have a secretariat that Mr. Chinji David heads. Mr. Chinji, stand up again. I know they know you very well, but if you're around. Yes, he's I became the Joshua for the PPMD, but he's still the Moses for SPP. I just took over as Joshua from Moses on the PPMD, but he's still leading us in terms of SPP. And it is the way to go. Just next week, I think there is East African Procurement Forum, but what you have discussed today here is just what I read. It is SPP and digitalization. So he's the man to take us to that. I am about to conclude, ladies and gentlemen. You have heard of the maps, the methodology for assessing our country system in terms of procurement. We have a report that has analyzed how we are doing. As IPPU members, take interest and appreciate what comments were made. One big issue that comes out is the issue of capacity building, and I already asked IPPU Chair Dr. Levi Kabagambi to pick up from this gap, and I know he's just a student of marketing. Bad news from maps can become good news for IPPU. Those gaps you can always exploit and make use of them. CEDA report has already recognized that IPPU is tailoring good programs, short courses on SPP. And this is contained in an international report. So I want to commend IPPU in terms of capacity building and urge that you lead the way. But don't forget also that when the famous Procurement and Supply Chain Management Bill is enacted, we shall not drop IPPU, but have you as part of us. So there's no need for worry, as Mr. Yes, there's no need for worry. Forget what Adieri Mkitale was saying. But you remember he also indicated that these were his own words, not words from, not official statements from the National Planning Authority. Now, as I get close to the end of the ending remarks, I am asking the current IPP again, do a drive to enlist more members. Enroll more members. I've checked, the status is around 1,500 something. That's the number. And the paid up around 200, around 250. What is that? It is on this note that I want to pledge on behalf of the Ministry of Finance and say that from here, let us go back as Ministry of Finance. Give us a push, IPPU. We want to have local governments and all local government and central government procurement people as members, and not only members, but as paid up members. Yes. Why do we pay? Why are we been paying for SIPs and we can't pay for our own to support this local content, if I can put it? So I want to take that to the Accountant General and say we work with accounting officers of both central and local government entities and ensure at least that bit is captured, and I think we can have maybe 1, 2, 3 days, not the one day we are having because of maybe financial constraints. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I know you have stood for long. My appeal, my last appeal, is that let us position ourselves and the profession for better visibility, for credibility and relevance by working with both the public and private sectors. But once again, allow me to thank the organizers, the sponsors, and the venue managers, that is Africana Hotel, for making our day very proud. And on that note, I now want to declare the 8th Annual Procurement Summit officially ended for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isaac Chaligonza, the Commissioner Procurement at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. May we clap for him again? He's our godfather, so he's a very important person in the procurement landscape of this country. Are we together? I want to invite Reverend Gillian to give us a closing prayer. We opened with a prayer and we want to close with a prayer. Trainings. As you do budgeting, provide for capacity building. Provide a capacity building budget for your procurement team. The IPPU will knock at your door with a training in procurement of works, procurement of consultancy services, procurement of goods, advanced contracts management, incorporating what we call strategic procurement and sustainable procurement. We have experts in all those areas. Now, please, can you lead us in a closing prayer? Media team, prepare the anthems in reverse order. Immediately after the closing prayer, we do the anthems in reverse order.
Thank you very much, Director of Programs. I think they've done a good job. Do we want to clap for them? And Mr. Kalitan, earlier in the morning, let's clap for him as well. They have been clapping for us. Now we need to clap for them. Thank you so much. I would like to thank everybody for being a good audience. I think in honor of God, we'll stand up and pray. And then we'll continue with the anthems thereafter. Dear Lord, we continue to give you thanks and honor for this day. You have been good, you have been faithful. Thank you, Lord, for the facilitators, the speakers, the panelists that you have used today, for the discussions that have been enriching. We give you thanks for everybody that was able to participate. The food, the meals, the refreshments that have nourished us. We are thankful, Lord, and for the good health that you've given us today, the fine weather. We thank you for every blessing. And Lord, even as we leave this place, we continue to pray that you'll continue to use us. We commit the various organizations, entities that we serve into your hands. Lord, I pray for every procurement practitioner at different levels, that Lord, you'll use us, that we will be able to impact this nation through the procurement function. And as we continue to carry out reforms in the various areas, I pray for divine guidance and leadership for our leaders and for us all. Continue to bind us together with the cords of love that cannot be broken. And now, even as we leave this place, Father, I pray that you'll dismiss us with your peace that surpasses all human understanding. And may the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit rest upon each and every one of us. That blessing sustain and preserve us. That blessing rest upon the council, all the stakeholders in the procurement fraternity. That blessing keep us until the next IPPU summit, now and forevermore. Amen.
You may remain standing for the anthems.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The cocktail is at the upper terrace. When you get out after the pool area, you climb up. That's where the cocktail will take place. It is for all of us, so do not go without partaking of it. Everything has already been blessed. So when we get there, let us interact with each other. Let us network as we have the cocktail. Thank you for coming. May God bless all of you.